And we are back again. Welcome back to Stormkeep, everybody. I'm your host, StormyD, and the wonderful folks here at Storm Saga Games, which is all of us right here, gonna play some Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition tonight. The Isles in the Mist campaign, part 43, I believe. Yeah, 43 chapters,
episodes?
43 episodes. It's been phenomenal. Wow, we're rocking it. And yeah, so let's do the quick intros. I'm StormyD. I'm the DM, and I play the monsters and the NPCs, especially Rylar the Suffrigant, who is a cleric of the great old one, whom he calls Goo. And over here, across the way, look at that little zippy zip thing I did there. We got currently drinking water, but right next to him with green hair is, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
I'm Druid IRL, and I play Fern, who is a wood elf, Circle of Spores Druid. This is Chockapillar. All hail Chockapillar. This is not how Chockapillar looks in the campaign right now.
Right, because he's cocooned
And
in your
I forgot
backpack.
to mummify.
Mhm.
Yep, I forgot to mummify him.
Oh, that's right.
Probably a good thing. And next to the green-haired Fern is...
Hello, everybody. I'm Fate. I get to play Lorkris, the Goliath, who is a Oathbreaker Paladin of Melora and Path of the Grave Cleric of Weejas. Don't look at his eyes; it makes him uncomfortable.
Because of his green glowing eyes. Right on, right.
Yeah.
All right, swinging right back over to this lovely lady.
Hi everybody, I'm itsStarkitty. I play Emillynn Ray, half-elf bard of the party. She's a bard of the College of the Battle Singer. And this is Philip, who keeps nagging me that I did all of my math wrong on my character sheet.
Oh.
So, yeah.
You did, huh?
Yeah, Philip just likes to nag me about things, and I'm like, I don't know how many times I have to tell you it's correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing.
And Philip
I
says
was like,
hello.
oh no, what is...
The thing is, Philip, being an imaginary being, uses imaginary numbers. Sorry, little math joke there for you nerds.
Yeah, man.
All right, so thank you for the intro, guys. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you guys. I'm so happy to have you all here tonight for, oh my gosh, tonight is gonna be mostly some role playing. We're gonna probably...
But the dice doesn't play.
Har. You get a tickle for that one. So we're ROLE playing.
Oh, that roll.
And just as a quick recap, the reason why we're going to be mostly role playing tonight is because the party is going to be equipping themselves, planning, having meetings to try and figure out how they can surmount this impossible, seemingly impossible odds of taking down the #1 ranked Steel Dawn team in the arena. And yeah, so it's going to be a wonderful, interesting night of tactics and gear gathering, hopefully. So,
Aries, who's taking daddy's jokes?
good to see you guys. All right.
Hello, OG Blaze, welcome in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stormy reminds you of Draco Malfoy's dad in Harry Potter?
I'm not sure I should be... I'm not sure how to feel about that.
Sure, it's looks, not character.
I'm still not sure how to feel about that, because I know the character you're talking about. I'm totally fine when they compare me to Christopher Lambert from Mortal Kombat. And Geralt.
He's saying you look like Jason Isaacs.
Yeah.
It's the guy who played Lucius Malfoy.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess. I mean, he's an attractive guy, I suppose. So I don't know. I'm kidding. It's not like I'm that vain. No, I'm kidding. Seriously, guys. Anytime you guys compare me to famous people, it's like, holy crap! Really? You really think so? I don't even know what to say. Wow. But I like being Geralt. I like Wednesday nights now. We're doing Geralt as Geralt in Cyberpunk 2077.
Nice.
I modeled the character after myself as best as I could. And then,
That's awesome.
And the cool thing is, because I bought recently, it came with this DLC stuff where you can actually wear a leather coat that's a Witcher coat. And a Witcher t-shirt too. So it's like, this is fun.
Hey, Dagoth.
That's awesome.
Dagoth. Yes. So real quick recap. The team, wow, against all odds, they turned things around after 2 party members went down in the middle of combat in the previous session. In the last session, they turned it around. They popped people back up. They made wise tactical decisions, and maybe with some minor mistakes on the other party's team, they pulled it out. I still think that as good as you guys handled that, I don't even think if Moo had not made that mistake, I still think you guys probably would have won. It would have been a lot tighter.
Oh no.
Yeah,
There's no
definitely.
question. Of course we would win.
Definitely would have been probably a little bit longer. Pretty close, but
Right.
Yeah.
Well, those guys were the number 2 ranked team, and they were more experienced than our players, but not anymore. Not anymore. They're not. Because of their incredible, shocking turnaround victory, they also reached a new pinnacle within themselves, and all kinds of transformations are going on. They've broken through some sort of internal mythical wall. And apparently, in doing so, seems to have triggered a transformation in Chonkapillar. So, who knows what's going to happen next? He seems quite...
I was going to come out and still be a caterpillar.
I wouldn't even be mad.
That'd be like the silk rug getting pulled.
I wouldn't
Well, you
even
stop
be mad
talking.
if
You
he
never
came
know
out
what
as
I'm
a
going to do,
choc-
but you could accidentally say something that turns out to be true.
Oh,
But
I'm
he's
sure
telling us
they're
not to say
theory
nothing.
crafting.
Okay, that's fine theory crafting amongst themselves, but not here.
Theory craft all you
Long
want. Don't
story
listen to the
short-
DM.
I'm kidding. As long as you guys are having fun, that's what matters.
No,
See?
absolutely.
Just don't be mad at me if you don't get surprised.
Okay.
Is she trying to cocoon him now? She's got a little blankie for him.
No, it's just tissue.
Get a hair tie and then just wrap the hair tie around him.
Yep.
I know. Here, I'm just gonna.
I have 5 theories. Ash Ketchum, me tapped battle.
Metapod
Chonkapillar
battle.
use Harden. Interesting. I have an alternate theory. Mustard, mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato on a side of wheat.
Metapod is always the hardest to level up for me because I was like, dang it, I don't want to use it, but I need to level him. So he can evolve, damn it.
I would always have Metapod be the first Pokemon come out,
Oh,
and
that's
then
what
I
you
would
guys are talking about.
immediately swap them out.
Yeah.
I guess my age is showing here. I had no idea what you guys were talking about. That's terrible.
It's okay.
Hey, the only reason I know about Pokemon is because my younger brother.
Sure, so you say. It's okay to admit it that you liked Pokemon.
Yeah, I like Pokemon after it was introduced to me by my younger brother.
Yeah, I'm just playing.
The joys of being the middle child.
Mm-hmm.
you have the same likes as the older sibling, and then you have the same likes as the younger sibling, because you bridged the gap.
So after that incredible victory, the crowd went wild. They were just like, you have a lot of converts out there, people who originally, rooting for Loam Riders. Just the fact that you guys, the way you turned it around, has impressed a lot of people. The next several days, you have basically almost a week before the big, literal finale of the arena fights, the 4th annual Guildlock Games. You guys are made it to the finals. You guys are the ones fighting the Steel Dawn, or getting whooped by him, something, who knows. But
Step on the field, and I go, we give up.
We get to watch their fight first, though.
That's true. That's one of the things that will be up tonight, because they're going to be up against. Let me take a quick look at the.
I got it.
We got it.
So they will be up against. I can't quite read it. You have to read it for me. I can't read it.
Stenoth's Dragoons.
Oh, is that right?
Steel Dawn versus Stenoth's Dragoons.
So, Stenoth's Dragoons beat. Who was that?
Oh no! Wait, hang on. No, I'm wrong. They're it would be Black Shield Regiment. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So Black Shield Regiment beat
Jelly Belly Slam.
Jelly Belly Slam. That's right. And so yeah. And what's the rank of Black Shield Regiment?
Black Shield is rank 3.
Okay, so this is going to be maybe an interesting fight. We'll see. Let me go back to this cam for tonight. Look at that! Come back and poop.
Greater invisibility. Nice.
Yes, how do you guys like my invisibility spell?
No, she's really, you guys didn't know this, but I am actually an illusionist wizard from a fantasy world, and StarkItty has been an illusion this entire time.
No, yeah.
I'm just revealing it now.
There's no question. The hair and the beard give it away. You played your hands.
I didn't have the beard though before. That was part of the illusion. The beard was really there.
The entire time.
Yeah, the entire time.
Got me.
Okay, illusion, you can come back.
Perception.
Have you summoned me again, Master?
Hey, now I thought this place was family friendly.
None of us were gonna say anything. We were just gonna let it slide.
Banana Tom was gonna say something. Harry's just like, Yes, this is such a wonderful group. I love this. I love all of you.
Let his name be praised. Sorry.
Only use one hand next time.
So
by both hands.
the bandwidth and banner yesterday was very productive. It wasn't terribly exciting, but it was very productive. So
It was very, very productive.
Okay. So I guess that's pretty much the recap. The party members, after doing a lot of celebrating, now they're waiting till the Steel Dawn has their match, so that they can watch them and see what goes on. And it's going to be interesting. So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to see tonight. We're going to role play them having a conversation with Fulcrum and he's going to meet with them and Mr. Jocko and Silvis, right? And go over a strategy going forward. Go ahead.
Fern also wants to go say hi to Guar.
Oh, of course, yeah, I've kind of been assuming that each day that goes by, you know, because the arena is where it's at, you probably go say hello to Guar before you even go to the arena. You go up to see Guar and then backtrack to the arena. So
always going to see Guar.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, she goes to see Guar and tells him all about it.
Yeah. And he says things to her like, I would have been there, I would have bit their nuts off. I would have helped you.
And then she would have been like, if I was a wolf like you, I totally would too.
So, I guess that's the end of the recap. So now we're going to do the individual, what stood out most to your character last time. Wow, that was Starkitty. Excuse me, Emillynn Ray. Right as you want me to go to somebody else?
No.
Okay.
So what stood out to Emillynn Ray? Told you, Philip, we would pull this out. Stop being a negative Nancy. But, overall, stood out to me the most was we pulled it out and we won. Like, how did we do that? It just happened. But yeah, yeah.
Okay, anything else to add?
And with Philip's help and guidance, we pulled it through, even though he's being a little negative beforehand. But hey, we did it.
He was, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. All right. So, Fern.
We totally did so good. I was so true when I said, you know, that though they came out with their everything going and all of that stuff, we are so much better with the whole making we have the endurance and stuff that nobody else has. We are so cool because of that. Just saying. But what's really crazy though is that we all had the same exact dream. That is so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Including
but
Rylar.
suppose we did, including Rylar. We all had the same dream, but what was weird about it, we didn't see each other in the dream that we were having, but we all had the same dream.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Interesting, isn't that?
Okay. Anything else to add?
Chonkapillar's not the Chonkapillar no more. He's a Chonka...
Cocoon?
Chonka... He's
Chonka-coon? Chonka Choco?
I'm gonna have to...
Coco Chonk?
Yeah.
I like that.
What would he be?
Coco Chonk. That's good.
Coco Chonk. He's he's mold on the bottom of my backpack like a sandwich that I forgot.
It's just a moldy chunk right now.
He's just a moldy chunk.
Which arguably makes
He's just
more
a
sense.
moldy sandwich at the bottom of my school bag that I forgot over the weekend.
Yes, that was good.
Chonkaplastic.
Okay. Nice. Lorkris.
Oh. Shocked.
Chat, you broke Druid.
Speechless.
She broke herself that
No,
time.
this isn't Broken Druid. This is just Maimed Druid. I've seen Broken Druid, and it's bad.
That's true. That's true.
It's pretty bad.
It's wonderful bad, but it's pretty bad.
Oh yeah. No, what an experience. Lorkris is just kind of now like having this realization that, no pun intended, like all eyes are on him, and he's just like like not realizing what that like kind of notoriety means. Like realizing that people are talking about us, and we're like more so than before, but because we've achieved something great, and it's a very surreal experience. He's excited but nervous. He's just like, I don't know people.
Pretty soon,
You're
people are
looking
going to be
me.
running up to you going, can I have your autograph?
I don't know if autographs are a thing for famous people in the Middle Ages fantasy.
Yeah. But yeah,
Maybe.
no, it's
Baby.
Probably.
oops, that was bestow curse. My bad.
My bad. Your baby just developed boils. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Chonkapillar's no longer Chonkapillar. He is now Huskopillar.
Huskopillar. Okay, that works.
Huskopillar.
Huskopillar. I like it.
No, I don't.
You don't like it?
We'll
No?
figure it out. We'll figure it out. Anyways. What stood out to Rylar?
He didn't actually think. He's still surprised that his counterspell thing worked. He's like, I can't believe that worked. I didn't
really good.
like when Goo taught him that, implanted it in his mind anyway. He's like, that can't do that. How's that gonna work? He just couldn't wrap his head around how he could cast a spell in response to somebody else casting a spell, and stop it. And so yeah, he's like super thrilled that he was able to be helpful. He was disappointed himself that he went down, but he was happy that he could stand there and stand his ground next to Fern after she went down, and try and represent the team. And but when he came back, boy, the two of you guys were having it handled. When you popped the other two back up, I mean, yeah, his counterspell was clutch, but still, you guys were handling it. You'd already taken out one of their dudes and weakened the other ones, and yeah, it was.
That was
Rylar and
Lorkris.
Fern didn't even need to be there.
I don't know about that.
But definitely a very interesting like turn of events where only two of us up, we get surrounded, and all of a sudden, it's now 1v4 in a matter of seconds. To see our team, two of us are up. We're that deadly with two of us up. People are like, what? Lorkris is like,
No!
don't look at me.
What?
Banana Tom, someone had to take the hits.
Yeah, that's right. Normally it's
took
Lorkris
the
taking the
aggros.
hits, so it's kind of interesting that it didn't work out that way this time.
It's probably their tactics to take out the weaker opponents first, probably.
Well,
So
not
it's less to
necessarily
deal
the
with.
weaker, but so much as they had studied up you guys too, right? And they decided that it was important. I mean, taking out Rylar was
Wait.
not the intent. They wanted to take out Fern, right? The way they had split off. They wanted to have at least a couple of them focused on Lorkris, right? While someone else took out Fern, and it just happened to be Rylar was over there too, and so they were able to take him down. And so Yeah.
Was that their plan?
That was part of their plan, yeah.
So
They saw they saw that Fern is good at DPS and crowd control.
Oh.
And that you were the main. What's the matter? What?
That was the conversation that Lorkris wanted to have with Moo.
Oh, you want to actually role play it? Oh.
Yeah, I mean that was in terms of like.
Okay.
You know,
I'm
learning
so
our
sorry that
tactics
I've
and
ruined it. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Well, okay. We'll say that we're.
retcon all that information, chat. Did not happen.
This is player knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you
Now we
guys.
have to do character knowledge, and we get to show you guys how we can differentiate player and character knowledge.
Yep. It's one of the things about being a D&D player is separating player character knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very this is one of those.
All right. Well, let's do that then. We're going to go chat dark, guys. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Enjoy the show. We'll be back at an intermission later. See you soon. So you guys find yourself that evening dabbing at the inn. No. You find
That
yourselves...
is what Emillynn is doing. She's dabbing from side to side on the stage.
You find yourselves. It's the evening is wrapping up. You've made friends with the folks that you defeated. They were, to be honest, the first conversation that Gashura had with
Hold
you.
on a second. Druid, are you okay?
I can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Okay.
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 Just making sure.
Did someone say something?
It was just, I was focused, and then I turn and look, and all I could see is Stormy dabbing. It just,
Okay.
it got me.
Well, I'm glad
I
that
have the giggles really bad now.
that's good.
So-
I'm glad I was able to gigglefy you. So, you guys are at that party. During the first break that you have in between sessions of performing, you have a chat with Gashura, and she ends up chatting with you. Do you want to role play it, or do you want me just to tell you? Well, I mean, he wants to role play with Moo. Do you want to role play with Gashura?
Do it.
Sure. I'll play with Gashura.
All right. So, obviously when they first arrived, they seemed kind of standoffish and like they didn't want to be there. You all had invited them, and you almost didn't expect them to come because, I mean, look at it from their point of view. They're coming to your celebration of your victory of having beat them. A lot of teams would be at home, crying in their drink or whatever, but
Yeah.
they thought that they should do the stand-up thing and come. And so at any rate, of course you welcomed them, and you guys welcomed them, and Fern constantly being friendly to them just wore them down for a while, and they started drinking because she was so annoying, but the drinking loosened them up a bit, and then you were performing, and they were like surprised, like Gashura, being a sorceress, she likes to perform magic stuff. And so during so she's kind of a performer too, but not quite in the same vein as like you're on a different level of professionalism, right? And she was really impressed, and so after your first kind of set, when you take a break and come and have meal and drinks with people, she comes over to you. Zuno, I must admit to you, little lady, that we were not, imagine the blue dragonborn chick, right? Where's she at? We're gonna put her. She's right over here. This is her.
Wrong camera.
Wait, the world
Oh.
can't see.
Yeah, that's not helpful.
There it is.
Kashura.
Yeah. So, she says to you that I was not sure that we were going to come or that we would enjoy ourselves, but I have to admit, we are having a great time. And all the people here love you, like they remind me of all of my fans, but they're more personable and more open with you, and you're more connected with them. I'm end up being like stuck on a pedestal from my fans, and so I could learn a thing or two from you, apparently, not only in combat, but out of combat as well.
This is not a celebration of winners and losers. This is a celebration of participation.
I like that. That's right, we're really there to
Well, it's participation and entertainment.
we're there to bring light and joy to the people of Misty City and the surrounding townships.
Exactly.
I concur. I love that you all have this wonderful attitude. If you hadn't, then it probably would have gone different. We wouldn't have even come, and we wouldn't be enjoying ourselves so much. And I just wanted you to know that I appreciate your inviting us and making us step out of our comfort zone. Like I said, even though we have more experience in the field than you all, you've come a long way quickly, and we have things to learn from each other still.
Do you want to join me on stage for my next set?
Oh, you would allow this? I would love to. I would make all kinds of wonderful magic for you. Yes?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We'll make this happen.
So, you go on and spend, I'm not even gonna have you roll. There's like, the two of you up there, the place gets so packed, like it's like standing room only in certain parts of the place. People are waiting outside and listening and partying in the street because her fan base wants to see her, and then and now they're wanting to see you guys. The guys. At first, it almost seemed like there was going to be kind of a bit of clashing going on, but it turns out that you guys just disarm that shit easily because you just have this infectious attitude of hey, we're all here to have fun, and we may be adventurers, but we understand that people look up to us, and we're going to try and live up to that kind of image.
Are we influencers?
Yeah, that's right. You're medieval fantasy influencers. That's right. All right. So,
I mean, I guess we arguably are getting AdSense with the Castaway.
Yeah, we are definitely helping the Castawayan's profits there.
Yeah. By the way, they have made lots of interesting renovations and hired more staff, and so you can definitely tell that they have prospered from. And they of course always thank you guys, and they do not let you pay for your own food and drink when you're there.
Oh, even though Fern hides little stacks of coins around the place for them to find.
Of course she does.
She'll even sneak into the back room because she's so sneaky and stuff. She'll go sneak back there and leave a bag of gold and stuff.
All right, then you need to take 12 gold away from your personal stash because you've done that over time, last couple weeks.
Well, hopefully it's the Castawayan staff that finds it, not somebody who just randomly goes, "Oh, there's gold right here."
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
I don't think she cares.
Fern doesn't really give a shit. The whole time, Fern's interacting with all of Kashura's fans and going, you could also let Miss Ray into your heart too, because we are all about building each other up and everything, and so, I know you are fans of her and everything, but, Miss Ray is just so wonderful.
Fern out here trying to start a cult. Converting people.
Mm-hmm. So,
but I am Miss Ray's, biggest fan, so you cannot pop me.
So, later on that evening,
she's the VIP founder of the fan club.
That's right. later on that evening, when things are starting to get slower and wrap up and people are filtering out, you end up having another conversation with Moo that's more, you guys kind of get aside, you find a moment, and he says to you, you did well, young man. You did really well.
As did you.
Your glaive your skill with it is quite the threat.
When we started on this island, it was using a short sword. As I lived in the forest, it made sense, but I got hit too hard for being too close.
Well,
so
you've found a new avenue apparently, because it's not even you're not even about keeping them at that distance anymore. It's more like you keep them from escaping you with the way you wield that thing, and the way you supplement it with spells that I would not expect from a paladin or I don't know. Like your team did well.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, what was your plan?
Oh, you mean our strategy going into the fight?
I mean, we are gonna most likely fight Steel Dawn, so knowing where our weaknesses are could benefit us.
That's honestly hard to say. We executed our plan nearly perfectly, and it still did not go our way. Our intent was to have Gashora do what she normally does, which was to stay in the periphery of the battlefield, invisible, dealing out damage at range to necessary soft targets. And then, of course, it was my job, along with I gotta remember their name. No, remember it wasn't.
The dwarf.
Isru?
Hang on a sec. Where is it? Right, there we go.
Isru. Erskul.
Yeah, an Erskul. It was our intent to get you separated from your group so that I could focus damage with his support of additional damage and making sure that I stayed healthy enough to bring you down. And while I was doing that, it was the intent of Vavoom. We wanted him to go after Fern first. I think honestly, our mistake, as amazing as Fern was, she can do crowd control and ranged damage. I think that we underestimated the bard, which tends to happen, I think, to her a lot. We probably should have prioritized her a little bit more than we did, because she was able to work much like a military commander and allow your group to do exceeding amounts of extra damage that they wouldn't otherwise have. And again, that's not to diminish Fern. Like we knew that she was a threat, and I'm not saying that Emillynn Ray was necessarily more than a threat, but I just feel like that we should have had a plan that didn't try to ignore her. We did the best that we could, and we almost had you. But
very, very close. It was.
I don't know what would have happened if I had not made that mistake. You had me a little bit flabbergasted, and I wanted to bring the dwarf back as quickly as possible. And in that flash of a moment, just as I was getting in the range of your glaive, I knew to myself that was a mistake. I knew it. As soon as I saw you swinging around, I damned myself.
I did not think you would come close. I was just as surprised. But an opportunity presented itself, and
well, you took advantage of the opportunity. To be honest with you, though, I don't know if it would have necessarily made a difference. You all focused on your targets in such a way that, like, you have how can I describe it? The way you all fight is like a dance. You all have such a rhythmic yet disorganized, seemingly anyway, style of dancing around and adjusting to, like, the way you're so unpredictable, despite the intel, the knowledge that we had of some of your capabilities ahead of time.
To be fair, that was one of the tactical ideas, was to be unpredictable. Creating too many expectations. You break the expectation and it creates chaos.
Well, I do hope that you haven't used up all of your tricks in our fight. If you have at least one trump card in reserve, one joker in reserve, as it were, to go up against Steel Dawn. They are the pinnacle. To be honest, we were always vying for second place with your other new friends, Fulcrum and his group, and certainly hope that they are able to recover from their loss and get back into things. But we were always in competition with them for second place. They were the toughest fight, and we knew how strong they were, and they're wonderful rivals. And although I guess now you've kind of supplanted them as rivals, as it were. So all I can say is I hope that you all can appreciate the hill that you have to climb to defeat Steel Dawn. They are far more experienced in the field. So I wish I could give you more information than that. One of the weaknesses of our team is information gathering. We do it pretty well. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. I mean, people are rather forthcoming to Gashora because she's so charismatic, and so we can gain quite a bit of information that way. But to be honest with you, we only know probably the other things that you know about Steel Dawn. I want to see you defeat them, but there's also a part of me that wants to face them myself. So I will say this, though. Do as much preparation as you can. Don't underestimate the amount of prep. Don't. And my advice to you would be to hit them with everything that you have right off the bat. Don't try and if you spend any time trying to dance around and figure out their weakness and prod them for like, they will take advantage of that the early parts of the fight. Like, you're going to see their fight tomorrow. Well, no, was it in a couple of days on Friday. So watch carefully. I suspect you won't see a lot. I won't say more. But like I said, our thoughts in our discussions of ever defeating them have always been around, we have to prepare greatly and to go after them as hard and as fast as possible.
Okay.
So that's kind of your conversation with him. Did you have any other stuff you wanted to chat with him about?
No. In terms of like, we carry on the conversation and would then just continue just like discussing moot points of the combat, just now carrying on just
Right,
And
right,
then
right.
Fern does a drive-by, like, interruption.
Drive-by interruption, right on.
yeah.
The night is wonderful. Your performances were fantastic. The crowd loved it.
I told Gashura we should collaborate again in the future.
She said, I looked forward to it, darling. It's been wonderful. So, yeah, you guys,
Fern is gonna try to reverse pickpocket, like try to drop coins into the owners of the establishment. She's just gonna be like trying to pay them as much as possible.
all right, roll it. Yeah, I'll give you one shot.
It's sleight of hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. 18?
Who are you doing it? The owner or one of the waitresses?
The owner.
What are you doing, little Fern?
Do I notice this with my passive perception of
Hey,
20?
you!
This is during one of the
Oh,
performances,
darn.
unfortunately. What are you doing, little Fern? You don't
I'm trying.
pay here. You don't pay here. I don't remember what
want
accent he
to
had.
pay.
You guys remember what accent he had?
I don't think he
I
had
don't
any accent.
remember.
Okay.
I really, really appreciate you. I feel like you deserve to be paid.
Little lady, do you have any idea how much business you have brought to us? Look at our outside, look at our inside, all this remodeling, all these people I've been able to employ because I've had to. You make it so hard. I don't know why I'm talking like a honey. We see.
But
Get to the cart.
Get to the car.
you make you are so nice.
Well, you all are wonderful. You've helped our business in tremendous ways. The least we can do is pay your food and drink. Please.
That.
I mean, it's either that or I'm going to insist on a contract with her and pay her for what she does. In which case you'll end up, it'll be worse. So just take it. Be happy with the fact that you have this food and drink on us. You know, sometimes being a good receiver is also being a giver.
The people keep telling me that.
I don't know, one of my waitresses said it to me. I don't really understand what it means.
Whatever. I really, really appreciate you.
Thank you. We really.
And then that's when Fern sneaks off to the garden.
Okay, all right. That's when you guys. Okay, all right. Fine. All right.
And then Rylar sees her and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say come the morning, over breakfast, I would give a synopsis to Emillynn, Fern, and Rylar about the conversation with Moo, about how, kind of what their kind of plan was and how to isolate, understanding that underestimated you, Emillynn, as a bard, but
That happens a lot.
now everybody knows that. But
So
yeah, I'll relay that information.
Wouldn't be surprised if I'm target number 1.
Yeah. This is gonna be interesting.
But
That's
that
why
means
we have to put the mammoth in between Ray and everyone else. They have to make it through an angry mammoth.
Rylar's like, I like the idea. That's a great idea. But angry mammoth. What's a mammoth? Is that like an elephant?
Yes.
Yeah, but it has.
Okay.
But extra big ones, and they're fluffy. They're so soft.
Mammoth is like an elephant, it just has fur. Right, Fern?
Yeah. And they're stronger.
That sounds cool, Rylar says. So this is morning breakfast we're talking. So they actually, that's amazing. They actually developed a plan against us. You know, even though we're like just now these new upstarts, they must have saw our fight with the other. Who did we fight before them? I don't even remember. They weren't that impressive.
Bone Jack Marauders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So they must have saw our fight with them, and they realized that they should not, you know, whatever.
Underestimate.
Underestimate. That's pretty cool. That means we're good adventurers, aren't we?
Rylar, I really liked how there in the battle you were like, no to Gashura. That was amazing.
Thank you. I tried. I was hoping that would work. I didn't know if it would or how it would, but I was happy to do it.
Okay. So I have a question.
Green.
So
I think it's purple.
you said that we should totally hit them super hard in the beginning. That's what the Moose said against.
That was Moo's suggestion. That's more or less what they would have done against Steel Dawn, is hit them hard out the gate and not let up. I think after watching what their fight's going to be, will really help decide what we do. However, I'm at this point inclined to agree that hitting them hard and fast would be one of the better ways to have the start of the battle. That and splitting them up.
So, if they're the highest ranked guild that I'm thinking of, they would also do their own research on every single team they're fighting against. Their tactics could change depending on the team they're fighting against. So, we need to find people who have watched their previous matches up till now, get some information from them, just to see if their tactics have changed from fight to fight. Or at least their first fight. Between their first fight into their fight that we're going to watch this week. So.
Yeah, we watched their first fight.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, but it was
over really quick. Right.
It was effectively 2 rounds of combat.
Did they just go smack, 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 or was there magic involved?
Yeah, so they had already it looked like they hadn't even maybe they just didn't see the other team as a threat, because the other team was quite a bit lower ranked than them. And they didn't go in with any kind of pre-prep. They literally walked right out onto the field, and they went out in twos. They covered the ground in the field, took a few ranged hits, and just immediately in 2 rounds, like they had 2 people ganging up on the person, and they just. I'm exaggerating when I say it took 2 rounds. It actually took 4 rounds. Literally 4 rounds, which if you think about rounds being 6 seconds, that means they did it all in, just over 30
Less than
seconds.
30 seconds. Yeah.
So no magic?
No, they used some magic when they needed to, but it was like finishing stuff. They just they closed the distance. They would 2-man each person. But let's talk about the actual next fight. That'll be more interesting.
I just wanted to take notes so I can compare it to their next fight.
No, that's smart. Yeah.
To the arena.
All right, so then for the next day, though, well, actually, this is the next day, and it's going to be the next day is going to be the arena to watch them.
Okay.
This day, did you want to go have your meeting with Fulcrum and Mr. Jocko and Silvis, right? So that you guys can plan what gear to get and strategy, and then you'll get to, or no, I guess you would actually want to see their fight first before you have that meeting. And in fact, you were going to have, we'll say that you were going to try and have the meeting today, but Fulcrum had some stuff to take care of, and he sent a message back saying, actually, I'm gonna sit down and have a meeting with you and your team personally with the rest of us. He and the rest of his team want to actually have a meeting with you. He says he recommends you guys watch their second fight first, because then they'll have more information to gather or to share and stuff. And there should be plenty of time to work out. Well, okay, no, I guess if the fight is on Friday, he suggests that you start talking to Mr. Jocko and Silvis. He said he had a brief conversation with them, and they had some good ideas about gear that will make a big difference. So.
Yeah, this makes sense because I feel like getting the gear isn't contextual on what their fighting style is or our plan. It's about supplementing what we have to make it better. So regardless of what we thought they were going to do, we'd want to get this done anyway. So. Mm-hmm.
So this day is going to be about getting with Mr. Jocko and Silvis and having them, talk to the MGA about getting us some gear. And while you guys are having this conversation, of course, Mr. Jocko's there. I guess we're going to need to discuss what you guys want, what we think would work. So you guys, Granada keeps things going, keeps things running while Mr. Jocko and Silvis are there with you guys in his office. So you go. I know you've been having it, sick of it for the last 2 days, but I want to tell you again, great job. It was wonderful. You pulled it out. I was sweating it, but you did it. Now to crack that mountain. So I think we discussed a little bit. We think you need some better gear. We need to protect the 2 ladies a little bit better. What else do you all think? Rylar raises his hand. Ooh.
Yes, Rylar?
I noticed something interesting that would be kind of cool for us. I don't know if it's possible, but it might be kind of cool. The Loam Riders, they had this thing. They remember they hit me and Fern with the fireball with their dude right next to us. And he didn't take much damage from it. Because he had something, he was resistant or something, I think. And I remember I talked to them on the party, and he said he had a ring that gave him resistance to fire. No. I don't know if we can get something like that, but, he said it's super rare, and he found it in one of his adventures. And but I just thought I'd bring it up.
I mean, as a Goliath, I'm naturally resistant to cold. And you can change the element.
Yes, I can.
Silva says, I like where you guys are going with this. I like your thinking.
And if we do the same thing that Moo did, had that potion that he drank, I mean, that's... If I'm gonna stand toe-to-toe with anyone from Steel Dawn, I think that is not a bad idea to have. But
Mr. Jocko says, look at you, Rylar. Good idea.
I like that.
He shrugs.
So you're saying I can hit you with cold stuff and you'll be completely fine.
I mean,
Resistant.
I'll probably fare a lot better than getting hit with Fern's electricity.
Rylar giggles.
Unless we find you something that gives you electricity resistance.
Well, but if he's already got frost resistant, then why do we?
Just in case an errant the lightning bolt hits him again.
But
I'm
it
trying
wasn't
not to
my
look
fault that you
confirmed.
were in. It wasn't my fault you were in his mouth.
She's got you there, Lorkris.
If you just weren't in his mouth, you wouldn't have gotten electrocuted.
Lorkris will refrain from making any comment because he's like, I'm not going down this path.
I'm like, staying out of this
out.
fight. So Rylar.
Mr. Duck
Yes.
says, okay, enough children. Let's get on with the strategizing. All right. So, but it's not a bad idea, actually. I'll see if we can get something from the MJ that would offer electrical resistance. It's a tall order, but it's possible. The first thing that we need to do, I think, is come up with some sort of better protective gear for the two ladies.
Well, I already have bracers.
What is the stats on your braces?
I could totally tell you. I believe it's a.
Well, what's your armor class? It's really easy to figure out.
17.
It's 17.
17. All right. So you have. What's your dexterity?
+3.
Okay. So then it's bracers of armor 4.
So I also have a +1 magical bonus from the
Cloak of
Cloak of
Protection.
Protection.
Then your AC is wrong.
Yeah, it is.
Your AC should be 18.
Go to your inventory.
If you have a dex of 3, I know that the bracers of armor are at least a 4. I wouldn't have done them as a 3. So,
No, because
pretty sure there are bracers of armor 4, so they give you a magical armor bonus of 4. Your dex would bump it up to 17, and the ring of protection bumps it up to 18.
no. So my bracers are a +2.
Your bracers are a +2. All right, so where are we getting the extra 2 points
So
from?
that was my fault. Somewhere.
But my question is, why is it not being applied? You're wearing armor of some kind. That's the problem. You somewhere have a piece of armor attached.
Well, but you can't. Armor bonuses don't stack, so you can't have armor
That's the
and
thing,
braces
'cause
of armor.
I don't have any.
I think what happened was I don't think I gave you bracers of armor 2. I think they are bracers of armor 4. And my guess is that if you can't find another piece of equipment that's giving you a bonus, then I remember actually. Let me see if I wrote it down somewhere. I probably did. We'll pretend that this whole thing is a role playing part of the strategy meeting. Can you guys refresh my memory of where you got it? Was it something you bought at the thing, or did you find it in the field? I don't think you found it in the field. I think you got it at.
I think we bought them.
At what?
I think we bought them.
Yeah,
I think that we bought them. Yeah.
Yeah, at the Emporium, right? Yeah, there's supposed to be braces of armor 4. So maybe they're just mislabeled. Maybe you picked the wrong one in your character sheet.
It's okay. What would be would it be just +1 to AC?
No.
Or plus.
It's bracers of armor 4 is a 4 AC. It replaces if she wouldn't be wearing armor unless she's just wearing the leather armor because she wants to, because it's comfortable, right? She could wear them both, but it's only going to pick the higher bonus of the two.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to name off all your gear, we can figure it out together.
The note that I made myself said gloves, so I messed up somewhere. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's fine.
It's all right. I understand. This is why we like the pencil and paper version.
Armor is not a 5e.
Because they really have not.
Oh, that's why. Okay, that's where my confusion was.
Oh, yeah. I think you guys. That makes sense.
Because I think
the
of defense, but the thing is I don't understand why it's not reflective of. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Can I see the book? I just want to see something. Because I think what we're falling into is the No, okay. I just want to see if it required attunement for 5e on this.
I believe
it doesn't. You can just.
So is the issue that the base bracers of 5e are just an AC2? What I suspect, yeah. So.
Yeah. So.
And I gave you something that's not 5e.
You can just, so instead of doing that, just go here and then customize override AC.
So I'm supposed to have an AC at 18 because it's supposed to be.
So technically, if it was 4, it'd bring your AC up to 21.
No.
Based off of everything else that she's wearing. No.
No, you would have a base armor of 4, plus 3 is 17, right? From her dexterity, and then +1 from the ring, that's 18. Is there another item that's given her another 3?
I may just be misinterpreting the armor to dex bonus. Yeah, that's me. Sorry, I'm reading it incorrectly.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so technically, okay, my AC has supposed to be at 18.
By the way,
it out.
Did you remember that your Staff of the Woodlands gives you a +2 bonus to your spell attack rolls?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, all right. So now you're at 18, and you're at
17.
17. What's your gear?
I'm wearing studded leather +1 and a cloak of protection. The studded leather is 12 plus my dex, so my dex is a 3, that's 15, plus 1 magical is 16, and then my cloak of protection is 17. I wrote it all out.
So, what you all think? What gear would make sense? So, this Silvis, what gear would make sense? And Mr. Duck was like, well, that's a good question. What do you all think? Rylar, what are you using again? Your defense rating? He says, and guys go over it. Rylar's defense rating is a 20. He uses that custom half plate and a +1 magic shield.
Drop the danger dice.
What happened?
Dropped a D4. She dropped a D4. Everyone panicked for a second.
Yeah.
Or rather,
Found it?
Found it. No more panic needed.
No more panic. We're okay.
Just say nobody is safe in the house when a D4 is on the ground.
Right? And I'm barefoot right now.
Yeah, just don't mix D4s with Legos.
Creates a black hole of pain.
Yes.
So, and for Lorkris, it's what's your defense rating? 22.
20.
It's 20.
20. Yeah.
How's it? Oh yeah, it goes up to 22 when you do Shield of Faith on yourself. Why is yours 20 right now?
So I have a breastplate of +1.
Mm-hmm.
My dex bonus, so it puts me at 15. Dex bonus gives me +2. My cloak of protection gives me +1, and then that magic shield ring gives me the +2 as if I'm carrying a shield.
Ring of shielding. Right.
Yeah. So
you bring that up. Silvers. Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, the when I was looking over the when I had that meeting with the MJ administration and the other guild leaders, I think that I got a glance at the list of some of the gear that they've been working on since the enchanter's been here. I think one of their stashed vault items is another one of those rings that he's got. Seems like it might be a good idea to give to see if we can get hold of it for her.
yeah.
And I think maybe we can get hold of a cloak of protection +2 to upgrade to hers. Are any of you not wearing a cloak of protection?
I think Rylar's not wearing a cloak.
Yeah, Rylar.
He's like, no, I'm not. So then, if we can get hold of cloak of protection 2, you could give him your cloak of protection 1, and then your defense rating would go up to a 19. No, that's not
And 18.
Yeah, go up to, no.
If I get a cloak of protection +2.
Sorry, wait, we're getting you the shield ring.
Oh.
Wait, you have a cloak of protection? You have a cloak of protection? She does?
Yes.
Okay. So we give her the cloak of protection +2. We give Rylar her cloak of protection +1. We give you the shield ring. And the two of you will have 19 AC. And then Rylar will have a 21. And your breastplate is a +2. Is the breastplate a +1? Your breastplate is that's the largest armor that you can wear without affecting your.
No, I can wear heavier armor.
Do you want to? You like to stay more mobile, correct?
Yes.
So says I approve of this. They had a Amulet of Natural Armor 1, I think, on that list too. Mr. Jock was like, All right, well, these are all items that are a little bit rarer and wouldn't necessarily show up at the Emporium. And so but hopefully the higher end stuff will have already gone. What's your question?
Amulet of what?
Amulet of Natural Armor. It gives you a +1 bonus to your natural armor. You know how dragons and ogres and stone giants and stuff, they have thicker skin, which is how they have an armor rating. Well, they've developed a new amulet. The enchanter. What was his name again? The turtle person.
Turtle.
He is Hang on. No.
Oh, this is the
No.
totally wrong. Like, look at no one or did. Oh,
Oh, here it is.
Archibald!
Archibald Glowmaker.
yeah, Archibald, Master Glowmaker. He's developed some new magical technology, and this one's an amulet of natural armor. And basically, it gives you thicker skin.
Interesting.
Any other ideas?
Other than, was it the potion of invulnerability?
Those are expensive and hard to come by. Those will have probably gone, but I can try and get one.
Never hurts to look.
You know what might be an easier to ask is perhaps maybe I need to, before I open my mouth, it's entirely possible that they nerfed it in 5e. We could probably get hold of a scroll of stone skin. That could be useful. And stone skin isn't as good in 5th ed as it is in 3.5, but it's still good. In 3.5 it gives you damage reduction and
slash adamantine
and a bunch of temporary hit points. In 5th ed, all it does is give you resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. That actually, he's like, no. Silas is like, no, that won't work for them because all of the gear that Steel Dawn has is magical. Oh, that's right.
I have
that's
that,
right.
and I have that spell.
Ah, okay. Well, damn.
Yeah, 3.5 stone skin would do wonders for Lorkris. Oh my gosh. Because 3.5 stone skin, not only do you have 10 slash adamantine damage reduction, you get 10 hit points per caster level, temporary.
Oh.
So a max of 150.
Ooh.
And if my bard, if Druid's
That's
character
tasty.
could cast it, you'd have 130 temporary hit points.
Let's start writing this down so that we can make a list of the things that we want to get. So we want to get a Cloak of Protection +2. We want to get another Ring of Shielding. A Potion of Invulnerability. I think before the fight, you all were going to do this special magical feast, right? That's one thing you can do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
does that give you temporary hit points?
Yes.
How many temporary hit points does it give you?
2d10.
It totally gives you.
No, it increases your maximum hit point total.
Yeah, it increases your. Yeah, what he said.
What do you mean it increases your maximum
It's
hit points?
Hero's Feast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hero's feast.
Okay. You bring forth a great feast. Da 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 da. Creatures cured of diseases, poison, becomes immune to poison and being frightened. That's key. It makes all wisdom saving throws with advantage. Its hit point maximum also increases by 2d10 and it gains the same number of hit points. These benefits last for 24 hours. So,
That's why I wanted the bowl.
Glad I got you a good deal on it.
Heck yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to determine, so it doesn't specifically say that those, I mean, they are technically temporary hit points.
But it just increases your hit point maximum.
Well, but it gives you hit points to match the hit point maximum, right? So, which is more like it heals you up to the maximum. Okay, all right. Well, then, what Mr. Jocko suggests is, before you go in, you should like just as you're about to walk through the arena gates, you should all drink a potion of heroism. I can get 4 of them, I think.
What does that do?
For 1 hour after drinking it, you gain 10 temporary hit points that last for the 1 hour. For the same duration, you're under the effect of the blessed spell, with no concentration required. So 10 extra hit points in the blessed spell. Those are.
Bless gives you what? A D4 that you can add?
Oh, let me double check.
That I can't stack temporary hit points.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Out of character, I'm gonna rule that the heroism. If you want to, you go that route. It says specifically temporary hit points. Your hero's feast doesn't say temporary hit points. It just says
no.
that
It increases your hit point maximum
right
temporarily.
Well, no, I know, but if you think about it in terms of the way the game typically works, when you're raised up, it's kind of like temporary hit points, right? Yeah. But I'm going to say that what it does is it temporarily raises your hit point maximum and then heals you up to that maximum, as opposed to being temporary hit points, which are added on top. So, Mr. Jocko asks you why. Do you have something that's better than the hero's potion of heroism?
No, it's just whenever I do, my special druid thing. It gives me temporary hit points.
Well, you should probably still do that. Maybe that means we only need 3 potions of heroism. Because your druid thing is going to be much more effective than just a potion of heroism.
Yeah.
Then again, actually, what'll happen is your druid thing will just overwrite what the potion has done. The potion will still give you the bless for an hour. Which it says, you bless, well, okay. Whenever a target makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw. Wow. So that's not bad.
How long does it last?
An hour.
So any attack roll or saving throw, you get to add a d4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
How soon are we allowed to do stuff before we walk out onto the field? What is considered good practice versus bad practice?
Well, your hero's feast should probably be breakfast that day. Mr. Jocko says, your hero's feast should be the breakfast for that day, I would say. Is that what you're asking?
No, it should be the night before.
It is. Well, because it's
why not have it for the breakfast so that you have it for longer? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter either way, but.
I would want to do that the night before because it takes a really big amount of special energy for me to do that.
Oh, I see. So that, in other words, I got you. Out of character, it uses up a spell slot, so you want to get that spell slot back. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Ah, I see what you're saying.
So for us to take a potion before we go out there, and me to do my circle of spores thing. So how soon can we do those things before we go out onto the floor?
Well, you remember your last fight. While they were doing the announcement, it usually took a minute or so, right? While you're waiting for the door to open. So you have however much time it takes for them to do the intro, and they're gonna build it up big this time.
So you're saying if we do her hero's feast the night before, we're not gonna get penalized?
No. Why would you? You're using the tools at your disposal.
I was just trying to remember the rules correctly because, we did remember that you can buff up before the fight, but, was there a time limit before the fight that you could buff?
No.
Okay. Fern, I think we're good to go.
Perfect.
That's what you were asking, right?
Check. Yeah, I just wanted to double check because, like,
Yeah.
I personally don't see a problem with it, but I can see other people being like, no.
It's if you think about what the guild lock games are, it's a way for the guilds to showcase the capabilities of their adventuring parties, right? It's to build up the MGA's cachet and the guilds themselves to build the confidence of the people that are living here, because they're living in dangerous conditions. And so you should use everything at your disposal as long as you're not... that is not cheating if you're using your abilities. If you would do that before a fight with your enemies out in the field, then do that here and now too. Now, obviously, we know not to coup de grace, don't go after somebody when they're down, that kind of thing, and, be general sportsmen. There's a little bit of difference here with the arena. And obviously, you're not going to go sneaking into their barracks and find their written techniques down or anything like that. That's going a bit too far. But
I know, but it's so tempting.
Fern?
I even was like thinking about like, what if we were to like sneak over there and then I talk to the plants that are outside their training hall? But I could see that also being like not very nice to do. I guess.
Fern, it's a way of information gathering if you're talking to plants.
I think it's a bit gray, but I think she's right. I mean, if you can go ask questions from other people, why can't you go ask questions from a plant?
Or even any animals that are in that area too.
I will say this, I don't know if it's going to be that beneficial to you, because I know
That's so true.
that Steel Dawn doesn't really do much training at their guild hall. They're always out in the field, so I don't know if it would be really that beneficial. It might be a waste of your time.
On talking to a plant is never a waste of my time.
Well, okay, you know what I'm saying.
It's a waste of everybody else's time, but not mine.
Silva's last.
I mean, it might not be a waste of time. Fern has ways of connecting to other plants and getting information, plants and trees. Seen her do it. Because they're all connected with their roots, is what you said, Fern?
Connected to each other under the ground through their root system and stuff, and they all talk to each other.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know. I'm wondering what you guys... I was listening, waiting for you guys to see where you're going with this.
Oh,
Really,
she wanted to
anywhere to
roleplay with
spread it.
plants and stuff, she could. But she'd have to get very, very descriptive on, like what they look like.
While all that's happening, like while this conversation is transpiring, Lorkris is listening, and then like thinking about buffing before the fight starts, and he's just like, I'm an idiot, and just like mindlessly reaches into his bag and pulls out the whetstone that once per day gives any weapon +1 to damage for 1d4 rounds of combat. And I'm like, now's a great time to use this.
What are you talking about, Lorkris?
The gift that I got right back at the mines. Was that at the mines, right?
I don't remember when or how you or how'd you get that?
It was one of the gifts from somebody.
Somebody?
Horrible.
Yeah, you got it from someone.
Jocko, yeah, it came from Jocko. And I'm like, fuck, okay, yeah.
Mr. Jocko gave you the whetstone?
Yes.
When did he do that? I forgot.
When we came back after what we did at the mines.
Oh.
No, you've had this whetstone for a lot longer. No, I feel like this was in the beginning, and it was like an older team of people, like, okay, yeah, here's you go. Here's a whetstone.
No, this was a gift. Because you got something as well.
All right,
Yeah,
why don't you guys
we
name
all
off
got-
your items, and maybe we can figure this out. Because now I don't remember this whetstone.
Yeah, look, is it the U wand?
No, I had that.
Yeah, you
It's my
had
initial
that.
Focus.
Um,
You gave me the holy water.
yeah. I swear to God, no, because it's.
Nope, my only other extra possessions is a quill, which Fern always offers the quill to Miss Ray, and she never needs it.
It's because I have that quill that Mr. Jocko gave me that, allows me to...
The magical one.
Yeah, the magical one.
Yeah,
That's how I write all my reports now.
yeah, and and it was that same time that you got that from Mr. Jocko that I got the whetstone.
Oh, was it? So
Yeah.
that was actually before Goldothian Mines, though, wasn't it?
Was that before Goliath Mines?
I think so. What do you remember? Starkitty?
It was definitely before we went to the mines, because that's how Emillynn has been writing all her reports using that magic quill.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
during
it
one of
was-
those times where you came back. It was during that time where you came back from some big mission, probably the mission at the tower. I think it was after that,
Oh, that might have been it.
because that was your milestone mission to get the gold poppers. Yeah,
Yeah, totally forgot about the whetstone.
that will be super helpful. I mean, not super helpful. I mean, an extra point of
I mean,
damage is an extra
Plus
point of
one
damage.
for, 1d4 rounds if we're gonna start strong. Like, there we go. So, cool. Yeah, Lorkris is just gonna be like, and stare at it and just seethe on the inside for forgetting about it. Just like, ugh. Somehow his eyes dim.
Well, that's one buff. Mr. Jocko says, all right, so we were going to figure out a way to boost up the ladies' defenses a bit. Now we're also we're talking about, so what do we have on the list so far?
Cloak of Protection +2, a Ring of Shielding, a Potion of Invulnerability, and 4 Potions of Heroism.
And we were also talking about some sort of electrical resistance device of some kind, right? Are you wearing any magical rings there, lad?
The ring of jumping.
If I remember correctly, does 5th Ed let you wear 2 rings like the old day? Like,
5th Ed lets you wear 3 attuned items.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, but not every item needs to be attuned.
that is correct. There,
How many attuned items are you currently wearing?
well, kind of. Yeah, three official attuned items. Yeah.
What are they?
Cloak of Protection, Ring of Jumping, and the Glaive. Because you.
Okay,
rolled that
I can see the glaive for sure needs to be attuned. The ring of jumping needs to be attuned because it's giving you a skill ability. I'm totally gonna DM the
Cloak of Protection.
protection items don't need attuning. That doesn't make any damn bit of sense. You don't attune to the armor that you wear, so why would you?
No, I got you.
All right, it gives you a magical protection. I'm gonna DM override the 5th Ed nonsense where they went overboard with that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So then I think that I'm gonna see if they have a citrine ring. If you'll write that down on the list.
what?
Citrine. That's the color of the ring, the color of the gem of the magical ring of resistance that would give you resistance to lightning. That way you don't have to worry so much about friendly fire anymore. Wink, wink, Fern.
Okay.
Don't forget the cloak also gives you +1 on all of your saves and stuff.
Good point. I'm just gonna do that then.
That's probably that's going to be tough for you guys since you're in. Is this that D&D Beyond nonsense?
Or
I don't know. It's all right. I mean, I get the idea of wanting to use a digital product. I just wish they made it better.
Well, we can find them in editable PDF.
I mean, I told them I was going to send them, and I forgot to send them. I found an editable PDF. That's not only is it editable, it's kind of slow though. It uses JavaScript for the spell stuff. It takes if on a slower computer, it could take an hour to generate the spell lists, and you'll think that it's hung up and doing nothing during that time. It's super annoying. But
I mean, there's tons of options to be able to customize and override. So I just make notes of what's doing what.
if you can do that, yeah, then that's all that matters. If there's ways to customize it and do overrides, then that's totally fine. That's really all that matters. I wish you could just have a setting, a global setting on it that just goes, I'm just going to fill in information the way I want.
Yeah.
It tries to make it easier by adding everything in for you, but instead, because you know DMs are going to always do some sort of custom stuff. I've never seen a DM who didn't. I mean, a good one in my opinion. Like you're going to always have to do some sort of fiddling and finagling, so they should just make it such that default. You know, I can set it to default where I just punch in information the way I want. You know.
No, I see that. But yeah, no, I can easily adjust resistances and things like that.
Okay, no big deal then. All right.
Yeah.
So, is there anything else? I
can't really think of anything. I mean,
I still, I've asked about it a couple times.
What? I'm sorry.
But, something that could probably raise up my wisdom more would be really cool. Kind of like how Ray has one for her charisma, for her spellcasting and stuff.
So what's your current wisdom? Is that a character?
It's at 20.
Okay, but your charisma's at 22, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. I thought we had done that. I thought we had gotten you. No? Okay.
No.
It's like, wow.
It got brought up and then it never happened.
I guess we forgot.
It's
or
okay.
Somebody forgot to remind me.
We got caught up in the story.
That's true.
It happens.
yeah.
Now's the perfect time then. So write that down too then. So what item slots do you have available?
I can wear a crown or something.
So like a cool leather headband?
Oh, that would be so cool.
Okay, all right.
Cheeky eye on it. I'm just kidding.
He says, all right. I think I can nail that too. That will help make your spells and such more effective, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It will increase how hard it is for people to try to dodge out of the way of my lightning stuff. That's the goal.
All right. So I feel like unless is there any other way? So add a character. Your like his glaive attack modifier is a +13. Is that right?
So yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's insanely good, especially in 5th Ed.
Oh, no, I lied. It's now +14.
Oh, because of the proficiency bonus level up. It's your new level.
Yeah, so the glaive is just a +2, and I have a natural +12 at this point for my level.
That's 14. Yep.
Yep.
Nice. Okay. So, and you have a 12 because of the Beltus giant strength?
Yes.
Yep.
Which giving me a +7 on strength total.
That's crazy. All right. So, does anybody? So what Mr. Jock was trying to ask you is, does anybody else have things that boost their attack power Like what? Well, first off, what is Fern's spell attack power? And sometimes she likes to thwack with the stick. Although Silva says you should not try and attack Steel Dawn with your stick.
I will try very hard not to do that.
You should just catch them in that gravity nonsense.
So there's not a lot of spells that I use that it has like the +2 hit. A lot of my stuff, they have to try to save against it. Like,
Well, just out of curiosity, what is your spell attack bonus though? And your spell save DC?
so my spell attack is a +12. My spell save DC is at 18.
Plus 12?
With my staff,
Holy
it's naturally
shit.
at +10.
Naturally at +10. How?
And then it's +2 because of my staff.
Now how's it naturally at 10?
Because it's plus.
So you have 5 proficiency bonus, and then you have a 5 from your wisdom,
Yeah.
and then
Yes.
you have
Wisdom,
+2
that's
from the staff. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy good. I thought Rylar's was good, but damn, he's got a
Lorkris is
+10 from his that rod you got him, Rod of the Pact Keeper, and then
Lorkris is the one that struggles with spells, like in the saves. His is poo-poo.
what's her spell save DC?
18.
18. And yours?
Yeah.
A spell attack and spell save DC?
Mine spell attack is an 11. Spell save is a 19.
So you have a slightly better spell save DC, but she has a slightly better spell attack. So it seems to me, so Mr. Jocko says it might be worthwhile for her to focus on spells that do spell attacks, and you to focus on spells that require a saving throw, if possible. I guess as a druid, you probably don't have that many of them, do you?
No. I want to be as play. I want to boost my, my save DC up.
Rylar was like, I have a question.
Yes, Rylar.
So I haven't quite figured out how to use it yet, but my purple beamers now push people. So I just thought I would bring that up in case I could be helpful with it.
It pushes people when you hit?
Yeah.
Like, how far does it push people?
I forget what it's called. It's
10 feet.
yeah, 10 feet. Repelling blast. It pushes them 10 feet.
Broken.
Especially if
It
you
works really
shoot
well
them
with-
next to somebody who has Sentinel
The glaive. Yeah.
with a glaive.
Out of character, can't confirm. That's
How does that work? Like, I guess I'm confused. If you repel
So-
them and then you hit them, it just stops. It ruins the repel, right?
So, it forces the opportunity attack. Because it forces them to move out of my range, which allows me to.
I have to admit that I think your DM is ruling it wrong.
You think so?
Yeah. So the repelling blast physically moves them. It's not them choosing to move out of the threat range. It wouldn't. It would not trigger an attack of opportunity because something else is pushing them out of. It's something against their will that's pushing them out. I'm not gonna, you guys can do your own thing, but just to be clear, if you dig deeper into the way attacks of opportunity work in 5th Ed, it's not just the act of moving out of the threat range, it's the act of choosing to move. That's why you can actually choose to move out of somebody's threat range and by disengaging. But if somebody forces you out of the threat range, that would just be, it really is broken. Like that shouldn't provoke an attack of opportunity. That's my perspective on it. But I don't know. I guess let's see what the internet says. We'll have an intermission in about 12 minutes at 8 o'clock. And I'm going to ask, can Repelling Blast cause attack of opportunity? Somebody else has already asked this before. Yeah. This is actually ruled on Stack Exchange the way I described it. It says, since Repelling Blast is you pushing them and doesn't use their own reaction or movement, it doesn't trigger an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Sorry to ruin your fun there.
No, it's okay.
I mean,
You see why, though, right?
No, absolutely.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah, it seems pretty broken.
But that's fine though. But the repelling blast is still really cool.
Yeah, it's still badass. Like there's certain
because
ways.
he could repel. He could like blast someone into his teammate, and then Fern can just punch them from the bottom, and I can get 2 birds, 1 stone.
I mean, it can be used to split the party.
Yeah, or it could also be
Push him away
used
from-
to put somebody into your melee range. Like, even though it doesn't trigger an attack of opportunity, if they are pushed into your threat range and then they try and move away, then your attack of opportunity would still go off, right? As long as it's their own movement. So if they don't want to be within, the cool thing is if you do it right, they only have to be 10 feet from you, not next to you. If they're pushed 10 at the 10-foot range and they think they're safe to move, then you can stop them in their tracks. So it's still tactically really useful.
Another way it can be used, depending on the initiative order, if somebody can't disengage, or you can push somebody away 10 feet, that person can then move away without provoking an attack of opportunity if they don't want to disengage.
It's a way of now that's a cheaty way of escaping if they don't want to disengage. That's not bad.
Yeah, because disengage takes your whole turn.
Right.
Whereas if they go, repelling blast you with my Eldritch Blast, they go back 10 feet, and you're like, yes, I can run away and still do things.
That's good.
Something that I think has also been slept on is Rylar using your mental communication.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We haven't used that in a long time.
Yeah, we don't want to let people know that you can do that, Rylar.
Mr. Jocko's like, what are you all talking about?
You heard nothing, Jocko.
Silvus is like, what are they were trying to pretend we're not here? It doesn't work that way. Come on. We're having a strategy session.
The less you know.
You've already let it slip. Come on. What are you all talking about?
I didn't out of character. I didn't know that they didn't know that. Was that legit one thing that we weren't talking about?
It wasn't like you
purposely.
It wasn't like you were purposely keeping it secret. You just had not had not thought. You never put it in a report, and you never thought to talk about it.
Because we've never had a reason for it to be.
So this makes it for a great, hilarious little slip up.
Yeah, because like anything regarding like our team, like specialty skills, I never put in a report because I don't want that stuff getting out.
So is that true? You don't necessarily put everything in the report? As detailed as they are, and you're still leaving stuff out? All right.
I have my
right.
reasons for leaving certain things out.
Hey, it's all right. Remember, I'm an ex-adventurer myself. I'm a retired adventurer too. There are certain things within a party. You make a bond with your traveling companions, and there are certain things, certain secrets you got to keep between each other. And so I will respect that.
I mean, we've shared with you some of the things that I did not put in my reports.
Right. I know that. I don't think this is that bad. I think this could be used as strategy. Are you saying you all have a telepathic connection with Rylar?
Well, it's a one-way connection between Rylar and whoever he's talking to.
Silvus is like, wow, that's
Rylar?
fancy.
Do you want to try it?
You mean what you do?
Yeah, you can try it with Mr. Jocko and then with Mr. Silvis.
Okay, I'll try.
Tell them that they smell like poop. I'm kidding.
So, what's funny is he tries it.
Shit talking.
He tries it. And you just see him, it looks like he's like constipated. And Mr. Jocko and Silvis are like, what?
Rylar, what's going on?
I don't know, it doesn't work with them. To be honest with you, I've never done it with anybody but you guys.
Jocko, do you have something on your body that's like protecting you from magic? What about you, Silvis?
Rylar says, no, I tried it with Silvis too. I didn't hear nothing, Silvis says.
Anyway.
Do you guys believe in the ultimate power of goo? I don't know if that has anything to do with it because we believe in goo.
Did you always? Silvis asks.
No, I'd never heard of goo until I met Rylar.
We believed him right away, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean...
So...
Yeah, I know what you're thinking about. And yep. Not what we can say.
Well, if you have that ability, you all should try and use that in combat.
I think we all remember a particular scene.
Out of character.
Yes.
Druid, we were able to communicate with him that way before that event.
Yeah.
Yes, but during that event, it showed that we all had threads connected to Rylar.
True.
So that would make sense to why he would only be able to communicate with us.
So Goo
we
gave
have
him
that
selective telepathic
Maybe it was
communication.
a particular type of bond formed. And it's becoming a family, and that's why it works. And it's a different type of bond that Rylar has had with Jocko and Silvis.
Now Jocko and Silvis are gonna think we're all crazy, just like they still think I'm crazy talking to Philip.
I think they've just accepted it.
I think they accept us for how crazy we are.
Silvis says, who's Philip?
It's Philip.
Philip.
And
Mr.
have
Jocko
you
says,
seen what
I
happened?
didn't tell you about Philip because I didn't think it was necessary. She wants to have her imaginary friends that help her. I respect her capabilities. So,
Philip has been my friend
Philip
since
is
I was
real.
a child. Okay?
Anyway,
He watches over me
Rylar
and
will...
he complains about me all the time.
Silva says, so what is Philip?
Well, he looks like a Philip.
He is so real.
Silva says, I knew a Philip once.
He looks like a Philip.
Okay.
This is the best way I can describe him. He looks like a Philip.
So this Philip gives you advice in combat sometimes.
Yes, it was actually his bright idea to do that little maneuver that I did in that last fight.
Well, keep listening to him.
Yeah, and have you not been hearing me in battle? Philip is the one that's been like, Philip loves you. Philip says hit him again.
Well, yeah, I thought that was just like your boyfriend or something.
I don't have a boyfriend.
Maybe your deity. I don't know. I guess I wasn't really paying attention to that. Sorry. Mr. Zucker says, come on. Get it together there, Silvus. You're a trainer. All right, sorry, boss. They seem to be doing good. They've honestly exceeded my training. I really can't. I mean, I'm here to offer feedback and advice. But to be honest with you, they've surpassed me already. That's true.
Philip still likes you, Silvis.
Good. Philip's okay on my book as well, then.
He says thank you.
What you got over there, Fern?
Well, I'm going to defend Silvis a little bit. We do say a lot of really weird shit. So, him kind of tuning out a little bit is understandable.
They're both
Be
nodding
too
their
hard
head.
on him, Jocko, okay?
They're both nodding their head.
Yes. All right.
Mr. Jocko says, we've not only have we come to accept your eccentricities, we've come to appreciate them. Because you've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So,
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words for us. That's how special we are.
Oh, I hope somebody clipped that.
oh my gosh.
Living my best life over here next to this fucking comedian.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I had to deal with you this morning. I didn't say anything. I just said.
Did he just mute her? What a dick. Oh.
Take a break.
Okay, this is break time.
I was
This is
just thinking
perfect.
it's a good time for.
All right, I love you guys. All right, hello, chat. What a perfect way to segue into a wonderful intermission.
I will say I may or may not return.
He might be strangled. Man, dear God, I'm crying.
That's funny.
Oh, so good, so good. All right, I gotta pee now.
I'll be back.
Glad we could entertain you, Jet. Enjoy the music as we take a break.
All right. Time to go shopping.
I think so. Well, this isn't like I said, this isn't something that you guys go do, right? He's going to go have a meeting with their staff and convince their administrators that.
He's going to negotiate.
I mean, it's going to be guild funds, partial guild funds that are paying for it, and then also partial MGA funds investing in the fact that you guys are now going to be a ranked guild. So.
Yes, we'll definitely let you know when we visit England there, OG Blaze.
Cornish pasty or pastry? Because I can just imagine these little pasties on your nipples that look like chickens.
Hey, family friendly here, okay?
What? Chicken-shaped pasties aren't family friendly?
Hey, if you're gonna put this up on YouTube, you need to cut that part out.
No, trust me. There's all kinds of stuff you can say on YouTube that's.
Pasty.
Yeah.
Pasty.
I know he meant pastry. I think. I'm guessing. Oh, it is pasty. It's not paste. It's not. Oh, okay. So it's not. It's not. I thought you typoed pastry, like a Cornish pastry. It's a pasty.
Gotta love words.
So when you say Cornish, does it have anything to do with a Cornish hen? Because I love Cornish hens. So yummy.
Yeah, England is definitely one of the countries I would love to visit.
Yeah, our first out of country visit, our first next out-of-country visit will be Japan, but then after that, Europe, for sure.
Nice.
Now, obviously, that might change if it turns out that we end up like going to, as we grow. If we decide to go to like a TwitchCon and it happens to be in Europe, and we go there before Japan. But I don't know. It doesn't seem likely. I don't know.
I mean, I think it'd be cool to like plan a trip with Fate and Druid to like go over to England so we could go see Banana Tom and OG Blaze.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And then
swing by and see Izo.
Yeah, just jump on a train and go say hi to Izo.
And Chris Nilis
Bring him a bowl.
over in Italy. And
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody.
Yep.
Everybody.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And of course, yeah, we'll be international travelers. All right, so,
Or maybe we can plan for TwitchCon in Europe next year.
oh, the TwitchCon is going to be in Europe next year?
But they usually do one in Europe and one in the US.
Really?
That's what they did
Yeah.
last year.
Yep.
I think you and I should have a chat about doing Japan this year for us, just because.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I need to start learning Japanese.
Oh,
Yes.
I mean, okay. We don't have to learn Japanese to travel there, but okay.
Yeah, but it's just, sometimes they look down on foreigners that don't, attempt to try and speak their language to communicate.
Yeah. We have Google Translate. We'll make it work.
I'll have my little
Look
guidebook
at
and
me.
I'm gonna be like, Hana, I mean not Hana,
So, what we'll say is after this meeting, you all come to the conclusion that, I guess those are the main items that you want to pick up, right? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, so G-Blaze, agree with you. Japan would be amazing. When my dad was in the military, we lived in Japan for a few years when I was a kid. I would love to go back.
That's cool.
So we better go chat dark again, guys. We will see you again in just a little bit.
Yes, I would love to see King Arthur's castle. Stormy would too.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
He's a big Arthur fan. King Arthur fan.
Well, yeah, I think they know.
You get there. It's nothing like the game.
What game? Which game? There's so many. My game. My art. Yeah. All right. One of my friends is going in March with the missus. He's been playing all the Japanese video games to pick up the language. Yeah. I've been watching anime and playing in stuff, and I haven't necessarily. I mean, we picked up a few things, but I don't know if you're going to actually learn a language from playing a video game. But
Nani? Honto? Really? Honto?
All right, so we're gonna go chat dark again, guys. We'll see you at the end. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you. So you guys end up having this meeting with him, and the last part of it is okay. Well, it's gonna take me a few days to take care of this. It probably won't be until Monday that we get it all together. Just so you know, I'm gonna go hard on the negotiations. You guys' homework tomorrow is obviously to go watch the Battle with Steel Dawn.
Yep.
And
I'll be there with my magical quilt taking notes.
And I believe we've already arranged with what is your team? With Fulcrum, but what's the team?
Crystal Hedge.
Yeah, Crystal Hedge. With Crystal Hedge to meet with them after on Saturday. By the way, Fern, how's the little wee werewolf doing?
I don't know, DM. How is the werewolf doing?
Okay, good.
Doing so good. I get really easily distracted though by all the really cool plants and stuff. So sometimes I get distracted when I go over there, but then I get in there and then we hang out and stuff and we play, and it's really good.
I will describe to you that basically he's really bonded with Jericho.
Jericho.
Yeah,
Yes.
Jericho.
And not only that, but the nurses and stuff, and he's
He's liking it there.
he's fitting in really well, and of course,
How did they handle his moon phase?
things got a little. They described to you that things got a little bit dicey, a little bit excited, but they had been doing a lot of. Jericho had been doing a lot of pre-training with him, and he was able to smack some sense into him, and it worked out.
Nice.
So, and he's confident that in time in the future he'll be able to manage that himself. He is concerned that he does seem quite restless, though. He loves the people and the environment he's in and everywhere, but there's something. It feels he sometimes shares that he feels pulled, and he's not sure where though, and so not necessarily. He thinks it's probably just kind of the call to the wild, in kind of his instincts, just wanting to be free and in the wild. But he understands that, Oh, and also he understands that isn't something that's going to really be possible for him right now. And they have not made any good headway on figuring out the curse. In fact, this Sunday, though, they will have some information. When she goes and visits, they give her more information and stuff. And you guys, I'm sure that you guys sometimes go visit too. So.
Oh, I mean, if Fern is going over there, I'm going with her too.
Okay. Gotcha. So
just make sure we get all the information.
For the two of you guys always. So at any rate, I'm going to jump ahead in time and we'll come back to it. But I will share that later on that weekend. You guys get a little bit bad news. Or maybe I had already shared this. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me if I already shared this. But they basically come to during their research, they've come to the conclusion. Yeah, I think I did tell you this. That the whatever has cursed him was of practically divine origin. I guess I didn't tell you that based upon that reaction, and that because of that, it is not something that really can be like they're going to keep trying. They're going to do. They're not 100% sure. This is just sort of preliminary, conclusions. They're going to still try, but they do not believe that there's going to be any way to remove what's the curse that has been bestowed upon him, because it's more of the curse. It is a curse, but because of its divine origin, it's more of a transmogrification, and so it basically kind of rewrote his DNA. They don't say it in those terms, but for out of character for you guys to understand, they rewrote his DNA, and so there's no real way to fix that they can think of. So they're not 100% sure, and so they're gonna do some more tests. They're not giving up. But in the meantime, Jericho is gonna operate on the assumption that that's the case, and that we're gonna have to just teach him how to manage his affliction.
He's always going to have a home, though.
So, at any rate, on Friday, the day of you guys witnessing Steel Dawn fight, they're going up against, what did we say, Black Shield Regiment? Mm-hmm. Number 3 guys? Is that right? Well, You see that, of course, Black Shield Regiment, they're all kind of glowing with multiple different magical effects on them as soon as they step out onto the field. Steel Dawn is not. What you witness is got you all like your jaws on the floor, because they basically, just like before against the other team, who, you know, you was so far below them that it was not a surprise the way it went down. But basically, this team tried to dominate them with some ranged stuff at first, and obviously it had an effect on them as far as it, like, you know, but they basically shrugged it off, closed the distance, and immediately, just with their physical weapons, they just went to town, taking out people left and right. And they work, it's such a coordinated team where two of them would wear down one person, and when somebody tried to crowd control them or debuff them, one person would undo what that was done, and then as soon as somebody was weakened, they would call out, and one of their spellcasters would hit them with like a finishing blast, and then they would immediately move to another target, and they took them down in a minute. Probably like 8 rounds. Go ahead. They utterly decimated them, just like, and they left. They walked. By the way, before your question, hold your question. They walked in. When they walked into the ring, they just walked in confidently, like, you know, in step with each other, like one unit, and they just closed the distance and manhandled the other team. It wasn't even like a contest. So, your question?
In watching Steel Dawn fight, did they use the same, like, two groups of people that were teaming up? Like,
sometimes,
were the
yes.
formations the same?
Yes, that was how they started. But then they would actually, sometimes they would maneuver things such that they could actually swap teammates and or swap strategies to finish somebody off and then move back. Like, they just boom, 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 boom. They just went hard after each target in a very kind of systematic fashion. One other thing that is of note, I guess I should share with you guys, is now that you've seen them in combat. Where is it? There we go. So you know, like I said, they all seem to be wearing that mithril plate armor, right? Now you can see their weaponry, and you know, I guess you could have from the first fight, but we'll just talk about it. If you want to write this down, if you want to take notes, Foley Gloamwalker, who is their ranger, their ASMR ranger. He uses a greatsword, which is unusual for a ranger. Usually rangers are either like archers or dual wielders. And let's see. Marlu, the stalwart, the Furbolg cleric. He's wearing the same mithril full plate, but he also has a shield. And his weapon appears to be a this is another unusual thing. He's supposedly a cleric, but whatever deity he follows, which you'll probably have to get that information when you have your meeting with Fulcrum tomorrow, he's actually using a longsword, which is unusual for a cleric. Of course, you're a paladin cleric, so it's not that unusual, but you get the idea. And
I was a paladin before I was a cleric.
Right, exactly, yeah. But this guy is actually, from what you know, he's just a straight cleric, yet he still uses a longsword, which is kind of unusual. Not impossible, but unusual. What you noticed about the longsword is it had a kind of a bluish white kind of glow that you recognize to be it's a frost brand. Sir Angelo, or so Matthias Daxon, their leader. I guess I'll do him last. The most notable weapon on the team is their Sir Angelo Brightblade. His name fits him. He's a paladin of some kind, and his weapon was amazing. You saw him pull it out in combat, and it was just an empty hilt without a blade, and suddenly there was this blazing, like, orange and yellow blade that came from it. It's effectively a sun blade. It's kind of like, it's D&D's version of a lightsaber, if that makes sense. But basically, it's it's a sunblade, which is a really, really rare item. It's not going to be as effective.
Thing, a lightsaber.
Yeah, it's not going to be as effective against you guys though, because it's really good against fiends and undead, right? Because a sunblade literally does radiant damage. It doesn't do physical damage. It only does radiant damage. Because it's, so. And lastly, I forgot to say, Sir Angelo, so Marlu uses a shield. I'm pretty sure, so, well, and I can even show them to you. I'll show them to you here in a second. It won't be too much of a spoiler because you've seen them, but their leader, Matthias Daxon, the fighter, is a battle master. He was the one just kind of reminded you of your warbard here, just issuing commands in combat and getting people situated and turning, like, it was just, they completely dismantled the other team's strategy while executing their own at the same time. It was ridiculous. And he is just using a longsword. But what you found kind of amazing watching him was it just seemed like he took such a ridiculous amount of punishment and came away barely even hurt. None of them took very much punishment, right? All of them, like, it was no contest compared to the other team that they fought. They barely took any damage, it looked like. But he especially just seemed. In fact, there were times where it almost seemed like he was. Obviously there were a couple of times where some healing spells was cast, but they didn't even. No, actually, I'm gonna retcon that. They didn't even bother to cast a single healing spell during the fight. But it did look like that Matthias Daxon, their leader, got a heal cast on him somehow, or he just was less hurt by the end of the fight, which was kind of weird.
Oh. Fun.
Interesting.
Since you guys got the close front row seats, of course Rylar used his always-on detect magic vision and noted that all their gear was magic. The armor was magic, the shields, the person that has a shield was magic, the weapons were magic, but that's not all. Where is that? Whoops. There it is. Their boots are magic. Some of them have separate magical helmets. Some of them have amulets, rings, gauntlets. I mean, it's not that surprising. You guys have a crap ton of magical gear too, so.
Yeah. I mean, they are the #1 ranked guild, so it would not be surprised if they're not all decked out in magical stuff that they've picked up on their adventures or.
Yeah, the armor, you have heard rumors, in your information gathering that, like I think I already shared with you guys, is that because they're the #1 ranked guild, they did some major event or feat, something that really got. It was one of the reasons why they are the #1 ranked guild. Isn't just because they're strong, but because of the amazing accomplishments that they've done, and they did some big feat, some big rescuing feat. And they were basically bequeathed these matching mithril magical suits of armor. And of course they have that kind of whole uniform thing now. Their armor is like a uniform. All the armor, and they're wearing, their cloaks are all similar and stuff. So I'm gonna show them to you now. Mm-hmm. Pull this off for a second.
Fucking burrito, I
Take
can't.
it off. Take it off. Family friendly. Family friendly.
What? Oh, har. I'm gonna show them to you now. Har.
No,
Oh,
take
you were
it.
taking off your mic, so I said take it off, and I was like, oh, family friendly.
Okay. So this dude.
Wrong camera.
Oh yeah, I got it. Thank you.
I looked over at Streamlabs. I was like, no, wrong camera.
I guess we'll actually ignore the roll for initiative. We're not going to combat. I'm just going to go to this screen just so I can full pressure.
Surprise! JK roll initiative. No.
Yeah. So this is.
I missed.
This is. I'm gonna name off their race, and you guys can tell me their names because I don't have the names here. Andy. This is the Furbolg.
Marlu or Merlu.
Merlu.
Marlu.
Merlu.
Furbolg. The Furbolg. And oops. Damn it.
Figure down.
Good. It landed. Okay. This is the
Leader?
no.
Matthias?
No. This is the bright Angelo Brightblade, which is what's his race?
Elf.
Half elf?
Half elf.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Literally has the sunblade.
That's not intimidating.
And this is the ranger. What was his race and name again?
Oh, Foley.
Asimar.
Yeah, Asimar.
Asimar.
Okay.
Oh, with the great sword.
Yeah, and the
With the
greatsword looks
Flambert.
really intimidating.
Yeah, it looks like a flambert.
During the fight, you notice that it's tougher for his enemies' wounds to heal up from this weapon. Whoops.
Whoa, he broke in half.
Oh, Sir Angelo's dead.
Yeah, someone ripped him in half. So this actually came as part of it comes with this nightmare, and you can actually take him apart to put him sitting on the nightmare, or have him
that's
standing
cool.
next to it. So, and this is their leader,
Matthias.
Matthias Daxon, the
The
human.
human.
Human. He's their human.
Oh, God.
Whoops.
Figure down.
All right. So.
We took down the leader. Let's get him.
Loot his body, take his vest.
That's him. Back to.
Don't forget to put your mic back on.
Oh wow, you probably didn't hear me too well, did you? Thank you.
No, we did.
You did? Okay.
It was echoey, but it's okay.
Oh,
It was contextually echoey. That's
it's gonna be bad for YouTube. I'm sorry, YouTubers. I love you. I need to
We love you, YouTuber.
think better about that. All right.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Comment down below.
All right.
Who do you think's gonna win this fight?
So that's the team. Yeah. And well, blade looks on. I think technically it's like a lance, but I have repurposed it as a sword. Okay. Now, yeah. So I guess that's the gist of it.
What a display.
All right.
Fulcrum!
So the next. So you guys kind of go home that night, chatting amongst each other about it. Rylar was like, "Wow, they seem like crazy strong."
It's expected from the #1 ranked guild.
But they just, I don't know, Loam Riders, they were hard, but
Well, that just means we gotta do our best. Win or lose, remember, it's just a friendly game.
right, it's a tournament, right?
Win or
You're
lose,
still gonna try to beat them.
Oh yeah.
win or lose, we're still gonna celebrate after.
I
You're right.
just thought of something cool. Regardless of what happens, if we could make friends with them too, that would be the coolest thing ever, because then we would have made friends with everybody.
Yeah.
Well, we've been trying to make friends with them. We've been inviting them to our little parties, but they haven't shown up.
No, and you guys haven't had any kind. Well, I mean,
Oh.
you've sent. I guess if you sent missives, but yeah.
If I haven't, Fern probably did.
They always send something back
yeah.
and
Decline.
yeah, they thank you, but they have a busy schedule.
They're missing out on all the
schedule of
fun.
losing. I'm just kidding.
All right, so now let's roleplay this next morning. This meeting with
Fulcrum.
Fulcrum and his team are there to offer as much feedback as they can. I'm gonna, for role-playing purposes, simplicity, instead of me doing every single one of their voices, he'll be the primary one talking. But just know that they're all interjecting and adding in and helping him remember and stuff like that. So,
I have a big question, Fulcrum.
good. You're getting us started right. What is it?
I have a question about mithril armor. I'm not very familiar with mithril armor, but can you provide a little bit more detail about mithril armor?
Well, that's really one of the keys to their being such an incredibly mobile team.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What can you share about mithril armor?
Their mithril enchanted armor is so light that it's effectively not like wearing heavy armor at all. It's actually more like light armor. So they are not hindered in any way by it, both for stealth and movement and for their dexterity purposes. So the defense ratings with that armor are through the roof.
Okay. That's why they're able to move so fast. Okay.
I also can. We've done so. Just to share with you, twice they have teams have tried to unseat them and lost. My team once before, and Loam Riders once before, and it went about the same way that you saw the fight happen yesterday. We held on a little bit better than that, as did the Loam Riders. Although the timing back then was they were weaker, we were weaker. We're stronger now. We thought we were going to be giving them a really good showing this year, but obviously things didn't quite work out that way for us. You all are going to be representing us from our point of view, and all of his team members agree. And so we believe in you. It's nearly impossible. I'm going to be honest with you. They're that experienced. They've been in the field longer than any other team, and they were experienced with fighting with each other before they ever even came to this island. Okay. What is your before you ask? Hold your question. Remember it. But let me continue for a moment here. So they are a crack team, and so they know how to work together in ways that most of us don't even conceive of. They're very. I think besides the fact that they have the advantage of their specialized armor, the real thing that separates them from everybody else isn't just their experience and their tactical expertise. It's actually their personal, their personal obsession with being the best monster hunters they can be. Like, the way, how can I put it? You know how the rest of us, we like to, we love adventuring, but there are times when we want to do other things. You love to spend time in your garden, or your garden. Rylar, I believe, is an artist, and you, of course, are a performer, and well, I guess Lorkris, you mostly, but they don't.
No, he does a lot of praying and stuff.
Right. But the point I'm trying to make is you all have other interests. You have other things that their single-minded devotion to becoming masters of battle is their hobby. It's not just their profession. They love it so much. They are so obsessed with it. They would rather be doing it than anything else. I believe, we're not 100% sure of this, but I believe that they only do the guild log games because it is requested by the MGA for them to do so as a representation of, why they do it. It's to build the legend of I should have silenced that. But they would rather be out in the field, fighting the strongest things, being the absolute best that they can be. Now, obviously, all of us want to be good. We want to be the best. We strive to be the better version of ourselves. Their single-minded devotion. That's the right way of calling it. They have a devotion. It's almost as if they're, obviously they have a paladin and they have a cleric who are devoted to deities. However, I think their real devotion is to the adventure, to being the ultimate force in the field. I think that's one of the things that makes them so strong, but I also think it might sometimes give them tunnel vision. which is why I think you all have a slight outside chance. Now, what is your question?
So, let's just say that gravity were to disappear for them. Would they stay on the ground, or do you think they'll actually fly off into the air?
Excuse me a moment.
Magical
I
shoes
was just
on and
responding
stuff,
back
you
to
know.
Dottie's text.
No. Say again? I'm sorry. I was distracted by the annoying. Okay.
Like their relationship with gravity? Would they, so let's say, for example, I were to flip gravity upside down, and they were to go fly off into the air, do you think they would stay put?
Well, I think if that's a magical effect of some kind, I've never heard of it. It's quite fascinating. I've heard of wizards doing it, but at any rate, so I think it just depends on I mean, tell me about your idea. I don't. So out of character, there's a reverse gravity spell. You get a saving throw, right?
But that's if they have anything to grab onto.
Right.
Yeah. I got lucky in the training room because there was something close enough that I could grab onto.
In the training field outside,
arena,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, here there's nothing.
Okay, so your plan is to try and reverse gravity on them. That's
And then Miss Ray has a box that she could lock somebody in the air, and then we could split them up and stuff.
Well, that's definitely a good tactic. Before you start talking about tactics, hold those ideas. Those are excellent ideas. If you can reverse gravity, I mean, I can't imagine that, you all can really do that?
It's not particularly fun.
Oh.
I accidentally did that to us in the training yard the other day.
Oh, I see. Well, all I can say is that I guess, they're probably going to be just as affected as anybody else would be by that. As far as, let's talk about tactics, but let me first tell you more about them. I have detailed files on them. So.
Beautiful.
Like I said, they have mithril plate armor that is magically enchanted, so it's not just based AC, right? Because it's magically enchanted. It's mithril. Because of its lightness, they get their full dex bonus, their full stealth bonus. The leader, Matthias Daxon, is a battle master. He's got a ton of skills. He's a duelist, which means he duels with one weapon in hand. And he's a student of war, battle master. His sword, it is the only one of the swords that doesn't have some sort of special enhancement, but it just hits hard. We believe his helmet gives him some extra resistance because his ability to ignore spells is impressive. Out of character, I'm going to try and describe it. Look, basically, his long sword is a high plus item, and the helm gives him like resistance, almost like how your protection stuff gives you bonuses to your saving throws. Yeah, so his helm does the same thing. He has an amulet that gives him dark vision. They believe. They all have boots of elven kind. That's to help them in the field, to be stealthy, despite the fact that they're wearing shiny armor. That's also why when they're in the field, they cover up with the black cloaks. They look like these spooky black. If you've ever, there've been a couple of times we've run into them in the field, and we thought we were being attacked by, scary wraith creatures because they came in out of the darkness in these black cloaks, and we didn't know they were there. We believe he has gauntlets that boost his strength. And he uses a number of maneuvers as a battle master to make his team more effective. He can disarm you, he can distract you, he can menace you, he can direct allies to do extra attacks as a reaction, similar to what we've seen her do. And he can rally the team. So keep all that in mind.
That was 3 maneuvers or 4?
Oh no, he has 6 maneuvers.
Oh.
And lastly, they think that he has some sort of special ability, whether it's from an item or what, they don't know. They know his ring is magical, so it could be from his ring. But they know these things about the leader. He seems to heal up in combat without any spells cast on him. It's slow, but it does happen. And, of course, they have a Paladin and a Cleric on their team who can heal as well. But even beyond that, their leader has Fulcrum tells you, he says, I once had a conversation with their Fullbolg man, Marlu. He apparently obviously he's a cleric who's devoted to his deity, but he's specially bonded they're all specially bonded to their leader, Matthias Daxon. He is what brings them together. And Marlu made it clear to me that the reason why they all follow him so diligently is because they all believe he is the toughest man they have ever met. And apparently in the background, Marlu worked with Matthias in the army. And then eventually the others as well. The ranger had joined them later on when they were assigned to a different team, and apparently they basically have a lot of experience in the field. And I don't know all of their background, but they have been fighting as soldiers before they came here as MGA adventurers. Now, their equipment, back to their equipment. So I believe I've told you everything there is to know about Matthias Daxon. He is a dangerous foe. Even if you were able to wear down his entire team, he's like 2 men in one. He's so tough. Any questions about Matthias Daxon? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Even though that their armor is Metro, that's still considered metal, correct?
That is correct.
At you, Miss Ray.
Thank you, Fern.
So, who do you want me to speak of next?
Ismar.
Foley Gloamwalker. Foley Gloamwalker. He's the Aasimar Ranger. He's a Scourge Aasimar, supposedly.
Scourge.
Yes. He has a defensive fighting style. And because he's an Aasimar, I believe he He can do his own healing hands. It's similar to a paladin's. Not nearly as effective, but it's still. He can basically give himself hit points or others. He has some special ASMR abilities. Some special dodge abilities. He's really good at avoiding being hit. The advantage that we have against him is that all of his favorite enemies, like he has favorite enemies that like monstrosities and things, you know, aberrations, things that are out in the field. So he can't use those abilities against other adventurers. But
yes.
He apparently is a deep stalker. Let's see here. I believe they all have. Remember how I was telling you about the special helmet that gives them resistances, that boosts their ability to resist, you know, spell effects? They all have basically the same, I believe. We're not 100% sure, but they all have the same, all of their helmets, again, they're wearing basically like uniforms almost. They have slight variations, as you can see, that fits their character, right? But their helms, you know, all have resistances. With the exception of the Furbolg, because of his large misshapen head, I believe he has an undercloak that is for resistance. The scary part about Gloamwalker is, I believe his sword is a great sword of wounding.
And what does that mean?
That means... Sword of Wounding. Hit points lost to this weapon's damage can't be regained only through a short rest or long rest rather than by regeneration magic or any other means. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack using this weapon, you can wound the target. At the start of each of the wounded creature's turns, it takes 1d4 necrotic damage for each time you wounded it, and it can then make a DC Constitution saving throw, ending the effect of all such wounds on itself on a success. Alternatively, the wounded creature or creature within 5 feet of it can use an action to make a DC 15 medicine check, ending the effect of such wounds on it on a success. So to be clear, it doesn't mean every time it hits you, you can't heal from the hits from it. It's just when the special ability procs on you. Once it's procced on you at one time, like once you've missed a saving throw, like you have to end the effect with a saving throw.
It's
Or a medicine check.
Right, or a medicine check.
And it's a con save.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very good with medicine.
And any other questions about Holy Gloamwalker?
I'm guessing the sword is made out of metal too?
Yes.
You can make him drop his sword. Or be on fire.
Who's next?
Brightblade.
Brightblade.
Sir Angelo Brightblade. He is a half-elf paladin of vengeance.
Of what?
Of vengeance. It's a type of
vengeance.
Yeah. He's a vengeance paladin. I will tell you this, that the cleric and the paladin, the one thing that they have not shed, that they always keep secret, is the deity that they follow. He has a longsword that is quite impressive indeed. I've never seen the like. It's some sort of sun blade. Does radiant damage. It's like a energy blade that does radiant damage instead of physical damage. Of course, he has, as a high level paladin, he has a number of spells and effects and abilities. Basically, because of him, his entire team is immune to any kind of frightened effect, so don't even bother with that against them. He has like an aura of courage that makes them all immune to fear effects.
Fear? Only fear, or all mind affecting?
Just fear effects.
But isn't that only within a particular range?
Correct.
You would
It's
know,
a 10-foot aura.
Immune to fear effects. Yep, you.
The other thing that we've noted in combat when we faced against him is that that's strange. The same one as usual. Is that he seems to have the ability to be able to end spell effects on somebody just by touching them.
Do they have access to anything like Featherfall or something?
That's one thing that's fascinating, is they don't have a dedicated mage on their team, right? So out of character, I don't think Featherfall is cleric or ranger, or well, maybe a ranger spell. I don't know. Someone wants to look that up for me real quick.
I don't think so. I think the ranger could get Featherfall,
right
and it would make sense.
You're right, it isn't.
But I don't think clerics or paladins get that.
For some reason, real quick.
Classes Bard, Sorcerer, Wizard.
You have it on repeat?
Yeah, I do. That's really weird. I think I might have clicked on the wrong thing earlier. Only thing I can think of. It should only go through my playlist. I must have not clicked on the playlist. I clicked on the actual music, and then it's probably been playing crap. This particular YouTube video might end up getting. I mean, I guess none of my videos are monetized yet anyway, but maybe in the future it might get demonetized.
It might still be a copyright strike. Is there any way you can remove the music in post-production?
No. Not just the music, not by itself. It's not a separate channel.
Oh, what happened?
I must have clicked on, like, so I have, when I went to my YouTube channel to start this up, right? I clicked on the tavern music that's normally our music, but I didn't click on it in my library. Instead, I clicked on it because it showed up in my history. And so what happened was, because I started it there, it just started playing the next song after that instead of the next song in my playlist. And so it probably played some music from that artist. Hopefully it's not going to be an issue. I don't think it'll be an issue, but If it is, it is. Oh well.
It's okay. This is just a shopping episode mainly anyway.
Yeah. Strategizing episode. All right. So.
And then what about the Firbolg?
Okay, the Firbolg. He is always very close to the leader, except when he's ordered to make. I've noticed that he's ordered to make adjustments, obviously, to move around on the field. He can move at a greater rate of speed, which is quite fascinating. So he's able to move over, heal somebody, and then get back, and he does that regularly. So Marlu the Stalwart, Firbolg Cleric. He is a cleric of protection, and he does it very well. He doesn't like his default is to protect the leader, but frequently in combat, when it's necessary, Daxon will have him go switch to protecting somebody else. And again, you've probably seen he wields a frost brand. So his blade not only does the damage of the blade, but an extra cold damage as well. And of course, he's the only one that wields a shield. So it's interesting. I would say that Matthias Daxon, he personally shrugs off massive amounts of damage because he's so tough. Marlu shrugs off nearly the same amount of damage because he's nearly unhittable.
Like, unhittable due to magic or unhittable due to natural abilities?
Well, he's wearing full plate armor and has a magical full plate armor and a magical shield. So he's just hard to hit, hard to penetrate. Yes.
So would you say that they're all very dexterous?
The Firbolg is the least dexterous of the bunch, despite the fact that he can move quickly.
What about?
But they're all very quick. To answer your question, very quick.
Okay. Well, what about? I'm pretty sure that means they're also pretty they have a pretty high constitution.
Indeed, that is one of the things that they all pretty much have in common. They're all very tough. Yes, Matthias Daxon is the toughest of the bunch, but they're all very tough.
Okay. Well, how wise are they? Are they all pretty wise, or?
Yes. That is one of the other things that makes them so tough, is that they have basically an unshakable will. Think about it. You have a cleric, a paladin. Right off the bat, they have a high. They're going to have a higher wisdom, but
The ranger too.
the ranger and their leader. I mean, they're stacked. They're like, even before their vast experience in training and expertise in the field, even before all that, their abilities are above natural, if that makes sense.
Can any of them jump really high or climb well?
I'm not sure what you need about climbing, but because you're not supposed to leave the arena during the fight. I mean, obviously.
Well, I can make magical walls of stuff.
Oh, I see. All right. Yeah.
I'd imagine walling one or more off, forcing them to have to move over it.
Well, they're all very athletic, so I would have to assume that climbing would be an easy thing for them to do. Keep that in mind. But I don't remember seeing any of them jump the way you do.
I mean, I have a little bit of help.
Oh, I'm sure.
I underestimated how far I could jump as well.
Do you have any questions, Miss Ray?
So based on their tactics, is it best to stay grouped together or kind of separate out? In your opinion?
Well, when we were strategizing, and again, he confers with his other friends, the other folks, and they confer with you guys, and they basically all came to the conclusion that they would want to try and soften them up with with powerful ranged spell. Like, use your most powerful spells right off the bat, and because they're gonna close the distance. And then, I'm sorry, your question was what again?
Based on their tactics, because they split off like
Oh,
two on
you should definitely, since they don't have their own mass AoE effects. Well, that's not entirely true. The Cleric can belt out flame strikes. So keep that in mind. But I would say you probably do want to stick together. If you separate too much, they're gonna pounce.
You said flame?
I believe a flame strike spell is both flame and radiant damage. I could be thinking of 3.5. Let me double check.
It's 46 fire, 46 radiant.
I was right.
I was looking at a different spell and just happened to be on the same page.
Right on. Really, the difficulty in defeating them is just getting through their armor and their health fast enough.
Okay. So you guys, you know how I like totally accidentally like threw us all into the air because of my reverse gravity spell?
Mm-hmm.
Even if we only get like half of their team up there, and then Mr. Ray could trap some of them into a cube in the air, that would be separating them. And then we could actually have a chance. And then that's when I can summon the mammoth and we could totally be like half of the team. Fighting a mammoth and us.
One thing that I would recommend, we'll say, so, no, Fulcrum says, one thing I would recommend is, whatever you do, don't take out their leader first. That's normally what you would want to do. Especially since he's so good at rallying them and you know, commanding them on the field. The thing is if you take out their leader first, as devoted as they are to him, I suspect it will have an opposite effect of what you would want.
Well, we just trap him in the box in the sky and then deal with the rest of them.
That may invoke the same. Honestly, I think the Paladin and the Priest need to be isolated.
I mean, they don't have a lot of spellcasting ability between them. So, if you can take out one of their spellcasters. This magical box you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Can it be resisted?
I don't remember. Fate is dumb.
No. Cannot.
How long does it last?
An hour. But it can be dispelled. That was out of character. That's one caveat you get.
Oh yeah, that was what we came up with. It can be dispelled, but it's a disadvantage. Yeah. Well,
Even still,
that's still something. That means you definitely want to force cage the cleric. Well, he didn't know the name because you didn't tell him. You want to box the cleric then, because he's the one with the strongest dispel magic. Of course, he can cast it from within, I suppose.
Yes. So I can either make it a prison that can be up to 20 feet on a side, or I can make it a box that's up to 10 feet on a side.
I see. So the box can take out one. The prison can potentially get more than one.
Yes.
Well, as far as I know, I've never seen them transform into anything smaller. So.
There's no way to leave the force cage once.
Well, you described it as a prison, as a cage.
Yes.
If you do the 20-foot one, right? That means that if they could transform into something small, like a snake or a rat or something, then they could escape from it. But I've never seen this team do that.
Now, more than likely, if we get the priest or the paladin, they both would be able to dispel that.
Unless they're 100 feet in the air.
Exactly. If they're up in the air, they can dispel it all they want. They are still going to fall. So they will waste a resource, and they will hit the ground.
Buy you a turn. Sometimes that's all you need. Although I think you're going to have to buy yourselves at least 4 turns on top of regular combat because of how tough they are.
I mean, there is something that I haven't really used much. I can make one of them extremely vulnerable, but for 1 hit, and only for a short time. Out of character, it's my Path to the Grave ability that curses a target until the end of my next turn, and the next hit that an ally has on it, it basically just gives them vulnerability to all of the next attack's damage.
So one attack or everybody's attack, if everybody piled on.
For the next hit, whatever that next hit is, whatever damages that are dealt.
What levels?
They have
what level
vulnerability.
ability is that? That's your.
That's my class feat for Path to the Grave.
Class ability.
Class ability, whatever.
For
Yeah,
Path
I don't-
to the Grave Cleric.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure if 1 hit is gonna. I mean, one time, 1 hit. How many times can you do that? I mean, it could be a finishing move if you get one of them weakened.
3 times.
I don't know. It might be a good strategy for all of you to stick close to each other.
I mean, if we're gonna hit
focus
them hard,
on one.
if we're gonna hit them hard out of the gate, might as well.
This
pick a
idea of
target.
hers of nullifying them for a bit with a reversed gravity and this magical box or prison, that's then you could focus on you need to pick which ones you want to box in the air, right? And then you need to focus on one of them and take that one down as quickly as possible.
How big is the arena again?
Whatever. You had me. I guess I drew it. It's still drawn. It's basically like 150 by 100.
What's the
100.
how big is your spell?
It's
Reverse gravity?
Is it 50-foot radius or 50-foot diameter?
Radius.
50-foot radius?
Yeah, and 100 feet high.
So we would have to like stand all the way back up against the wall? Okay. Question. Is the spell gonna affect the people standing like in the stadium?
That's a good question.
Do I have to be mindful of that?
Yes. Certain effects, yes. Some effects the people are protected from, but I would say a spell like that, if it has such a wide area, there's almost no way. But I mean, if you know, it's 150 by 100, so you could easily fit it's a 50-foot radius. That's 100 foot across.
Yeah,
That's
so
gonna
that
basically
means
take up the whole damn
when
thing.
she cast it on the training field, it would have hit a whole huge area of civilians.
No, because the training field is in the back. It's pretty far away from. Although you guys did end up finding out the Vagula who was in his room was like, oh, it was really strange the other day. I was dreaming that I was floating in the air, and then I woke up and found myself floating in the air.
He's finally becoming a real vampire.
My little blob, he was floating too. It was like stuck on the ceiling. It was strange.
Totally me.
So at any rate, yeah. So it's going to basically take the whole arena. I have
That's
no
an open
Are you
move
sure it's a 50-foot radius? That's insane.
Yeah.
I'm gonna double check. I might have to just nerf it to make it. Yeah, that's right.
A 50-foot diameter is fine with me.
Yeah, I think a 50-foot diameter makes way more sense.
50-foot radius. I mean,
So
that's
crazy.
what level? That's a 7th level spell, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like no way to get around it on your own. Like, that's crazy.
Is it centered on a point you choose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious what the 3.5 version of reverse gravity looks like. 3.5e reverse gravity. Man,
Probably
we're
look the same because the gravity is reversed, but I mean, I don't know.
so.
Well, I could always.
So reverse gravity is, in 3.5 is a little bit different. It's up to one 10-foot cube per 2 levels. So you can basically have these little pillars, 10-foot, like a bunch of little pillars of it that are all, like if you were, like you guys are 14th level, right?
13.
13.
13. Oh, you leveled up to 13, yeah.
Yes.
So you would be, yeah, like at 13th level you could make 13 of these little 10-foot cubes. I see why they changed that, but they really just went all out with the 50-foot radius kind of thing.
I think 50-foot diameter is still pretty dope.
I would much prefer it to be a 50-foot diameter.
Yeah, it seems almost unusable because then you can't even get to the enemy. It's just going to be hovering in the air for a while, and you just walk away or wait for them to come down. Or
We'll be falling with style.
yeah, that's just a weird kind of, almost a moot kind of spell, isn't it? I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it's a 30-foot radius.
Okay. Perfect.
Because there are a lot of other spells that are a 30-foot radius.
30-foot radius, 60-foot diameter. Okay.
Yeah. Like, isn't Entanglement a 30-foot radius? Or is it a 40-foot?
Entangle or spiked growth?
Or that.
Which one do you like to use there?
Spiked growth. You like
I
spiked
miss
growth.
spike growth.
Yeah,
I
we
haven't
haven't
used
that
it
in a
in a
while.
very long time.
Haven't needed to once you got Call Lightning.
Yep.
You're like, even more crowd control. La.
It's only a 20-foot radius. I mean, 20-foot radius is 40 feet across. That's still huge. Yeah, I don't know why they made it so monstrous.
I mean, I could also do Whirlwind instead. of reverse gravity.
I like the
I like the
don't know.
reverse
Yeah, I
gravity.
think
Ain't
that.
nobody gonna see that coming. Imagine the crowd with that though.
Yeah.
Just what the?
All of a sudden, they're floating.
So yeah, I think.
Oh, what was?
You know what? We'll make it simple. It's a 50-foot diameter. It's a 25-foot radius. If that's okay with you guys.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay.
50 foot. Perfect.
It's funny that we're nerfing a spell to make it better for you guys.
I think it like even with like the contextual idea of reversing gravity, like narrowing that space a bit makes a bit more sense of just like how the energy is channeled,
Right.
even for 7th level.
Yeah. I agree.
And I can see it scaling with like 8th and 9th level. I could see that, but anyway, you know, balancing it.
Mm-hmm.
Now it becomes even more powerful. Fern
And-
gets his.
Now, just remember, Druid, when you cast reverse gravity, you're gonna have to say, "You'll float too."
No. So that's so wrong. So here's the thing. It's
Doesn't even get it.
because she hasn't seen the movie
Yeah.
or read the book.
Exactly.
What book?
It's Stephen King. You'll all float too, and he's actually referencing floating. Yeah, whatever.
It's okay. So it's
what
actually
I have
later
to
than I
live with.
expected. But I mean, I guess I still have stuff to describe, don't I? Do you have more? I mean, we can keep going, but
Sure. I mean,
we were going to
honestly,
try
I
and
think-
end on a cliffhanger of you guys going in the arena, but I don't know if we'll actually get to that tonight. Unless you want to.
Tactics, right?
What?
Yeah.
Then we have to talk tactics, and then do the hero's feast, and then get up the next day, and then go to the.
Oh, and get our gear, whatever gear that we.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, because
So, I mean-
their fight is on a Friday. The final round is on what day?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. So yeah,
No, I had said Wednesday, I think. Yeah.
so Wednesday. So we still have a few more days in between.
Wednesday's the final festival day.
Yeah.
It's how long has this been? 2.5 weeks?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, I think the idea of trying to reverse gravity, Emillynn isolating 1 or 2 if possible. Like even isolating just 1 makes a difference, even for a short period of time. And then we do what we do best, which is improvise. I mean, having an idea on what they can do, knowing kind of how we should orient ourselves, or having a loose idea, but it's really effective as Moo had mentioned. We created chaos with them that threw them off, and I think reversing gravity, catching them with a force cage, randomly releasing a mammoth is a lot of strange disruption, and we are all aware of what's about to happen. They won't know.
Fern, question for you. Your reverse gravity, is it a concentration spell?
It is.
What about your mammoth?
It is.
So you can't do them at the same time.
So that's why we start off with reverse gravity. You box a couple of them up there, and the box stays up there, right?
As far as I know, yes.
And then we let the other ones fall down. They get hurt. Because it's not magical damage. It's actual, like, I hit the ground really hard damage. And then I go, ha! And release the mammoth.
What happens when you stop concentrating on the mammoth?
It tries to kill everybody.
That's a lot of chaos. I would imagine they'd expect you to maintain control. If you deliberately drop it, I know we have to deal with it, but that's... Now they have to deal with it as well. I mean, that could hurt us just as much.
That sounds like so much fun and crazy.
How long does the mammoth last?
For 1 hour.
Or, I imagine, until it dies.
Or it dies. But if I were to drop concentration on it, it lasts for an hour by itself, though.
I also think it could probably exploit their desire to want to drop one of us and move on to the next, with the ability to resist death. My death ward that lasts for 8 hours, it's not concentration, brings you down to 1 HP. Not intentionally taking a hit to go down, but if in the event I do go down, feign staying down, letting them move away to catch them off guard.
Lay on hands on yourself to get back up?
And that's where I was thinking Rylar's communication. If Rylar sees me go down, just ask. No one else will hear it. And then you can relay to Emillynn and Fern whether I'm actually pretending or if I really need help. Because we know this is not going to be a fight to the death. So as soon as, if I go down, they're going to leave. There's no reason for them to stay or try to hit me again. Why would they expect me to come back up without a spell being cast?
Yes,
Also,
Fern.
I know that Rylar has the rings and stuff.
I was gonna ask you if you want me to put something in the ring.
I think another counterspell would be clutch.
No, I was kind of thinking having some extra like grave enfeeblements, maybe.
Well, your
There
idea
is-
of extra counterspells is interesting, because then if they try to dispel the reverse gravity or they try to dispel the cage thingy, then I could try and counter that.
That's true.
What counterspell is what, 3rd level?
Counterspell's a 3rd level spell, yeah.
Okay.
So he could do one of his own, and or if you want, like he could literally do nothing but counterspell when he needs
Well, it can
to.
only hold.
No. He can cast counterspell. He can cast 3 spells a day himself on top of what it can hold. He can hold 1, right? In the ring. So it would effectively give him 4 if you guys want him to only do counterspell.
But his that new purple laser.
Oh, my super purple laser.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, okay. So, then two counter spells and one super purple laser when you want me to shoot him.
Sure.
What do you think, Miss Ray? What do you think so far?
I think it's coming together masterfully. Quoting Philip, by the way.
But I honestly feel that our strength does lie in our ability to adapt on the fly. And I think if we try to stray too far from that, we might lose the plot.
I like the idea of having a really good opening. Yes.
Oh, I thought of something too. You know, when they're in that reverse gravity thing, right? They're gonna try and like move and float out of it, right? And when they get close to the edge, if I can hit them with my purple beamer, it'll push them back in.
Back in.
It's true. How many purple beamers do you have, Rylar?
Infinite.
No, how many purple beamers can you cast at a time?
I think he's up to 3 now, right? I don't know.
That sounds familiar. Because Emillynn, you have
Yeah, but she doesn't
There is
have the
I don't have the ability to
the
push.
push.
No, I know, but just in terms of number of purple beamers going out, I think it's 3
I think it's 3.
for Rylar.
So that means Rylar can target 3 different people trying to swim their way out.
And then Emillynn, you hit him at range.
Yep, I can. Like a lot
What
of...
is it? What did it say? Was it right?
Yeah, at 11th level it's 3, 17th it goes up to 4.
Okay.
But a lot of the spells that I have are mind affecting, so they're not going to be as useful. But I still have Fireball that I can change into something else. Still have Heat Metal. I still have Purple Beamer. And I got Force Cage. So
Yeah, I think.
I don't feel like that what did he call that one? Was it rainbow vomit? The hypnotic pattern one? I don't think that would be effective against these guys. I think they would resist it.
yes, they
My
probably
black
do.
tentacles could be useful too, though.
That's true.
Oh, what did I call them? My diarrhea spell.
You should write these down.
I probably should.
Only, 43 episodes in, he'll start writing down the spell names for Rylar.
We know
I
most
wrote
of them
down
off the top of our head.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So, so I guess then I'll just, if it seems like I should counterspell something, then I'll do that. And if it looks like you guys tell me to do the diarrhea fingers, then I will do that. And then when you're ready to have me use my super purple laser, I will do that. And then I'll have the extra counterspell in the ring. And then the rest of the time, I'm just going to be doing like purple beamer, purple beamer,
Purple Beamer. Fulcrum. What do you think of our plan so far?
He says it's incredibly it's incredibly unorthodox, which may be exactly what you need against a team who's so orthodox, right?
Really like the idea of throwing them into the air, and then Miss Ray boxes them, and then I just drop concentration on the spell and let them all fall to their hurt.
So one of the team members of one of Fulcrum's team members, the mage, she's like, I can't believe that you have that spell. It's such a powerful. So is it that's only a druid spell, or is that a? I'm curious. I guess I can look it up myself.
Oh wait, I think we got it.
Looks like it is a. Well, this doesn't tell me.
It's a druid, sorcerer, and wizard spell.
Okay, yeah. So she would say, I know that spell. I've heard of it, but I believe only the most advanced researchers know it. I've never met a druid who could do that spell.
I like to talk to the trees. They tell me a lot of really cool stuff.
Fern is very special with her spells.
Yeah.
Okay.
Miss Ray's a really big inspiration for me, though.
You inspire me too, Fern.
Well, you might have
So this-
something. If you can wear a couple of them down while you nullify the other two, that's definitely something.
If anything, it will buy time. And waste their resources. Yes.
You're going to have to support each other with healing the way you normally do, but it's going to be a lot tougher. You're going to have to you can't make any mistakes.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to probably make a lot of them.
I mean, I think that's. I don't know much else.
Okay.
I'd say if
First
our fight with them can last longer than the last 2 fights they've had, we've won. Wouldn't you agree?
I want to drop at least one of them, and then I feel like I would be on that same level as you. I want to at least make one of them go unconscious.
I honestly think, if we're being the most realistic, I would be satisfied if I saw the fear in their eyes.
I would rather them be confused than afraid.
But you know what I mean. We've seen it now. I mean, I've seen it now twice
So,
in these battles.
yes, you've seen it, but I don't think you'll get it from them. You might get a bit of surprise, but I doubt you're going to get fear from them.
They're very confident in their skills.
And
I think that's gonna be their downfall.
they've experienced so much as well, so much mayhem and death and destruction and like you might want to set a different bar.
Yes,
just to be honest.
They are seasoned.
I think you may mistake my direct meaning for an abstract thought. It doesn't have to be fear, but for them to be...
You want to see that they recognize you as an actual threat, a credible threat.
Yes.
Well, I can tell you right now, if they do, you'll see them. They will have done some pre-buffing before they come out.
I would imagine to expect them to change tactics. Nor that would surprise me, at least. But I don't think they're ready for to go up.
I just really want them to just look at me and just be like... It is my favorite look that I get from people.
It used to be your least favorite look.
I know, but now it's very funny. I want them to just be like... You know?
I just want to double check.
I don't think I really have many more ideas for tactics.
Yeah, I kind of feel like as long as we have a pretty good opening, we should do okay.
Agreed.
We're gonna do the Queen's Gambit.
It is an actual technique.
In chess, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. But we are not going to sacrifice our queen. Anyways.
No, but we're sacrificing our really big spells right off the bat, which is a pretty big gambit.
Mm.
And in turn,
true.
they will have to utilize just as many resources to counter that. Damage is damage.
Too bad that we already figured out what we're gonna put in Rylar's ring, because we could totally have him also summon an elemental.
What level spell is that? I still have.
At level 4.
Oh, never mind then. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
level is
Yeah.
Counterspell?
3,
3? And it holds up to how many levels?
5.
5.
Oh, it's...
I can hold another second level or 2 first level spells after the counter spell.
So he has
Yeah.
1 counterspell in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I think, what was the other one? Darkness?
We hadn't decided.
Well, originally, it was Fireball and Darkness is what he had at one point. Or the last 2, I remember.
Maybe. I erased it, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Probably right. What do you want? One is a second spell in there.
I could
Hit
give
Rylar
Rylar a heat metal.
It's a second level spell.
It's a second level spell.
It's not bad. I mean, the way it works is they take damage. If they save, then they don't have disadvantage,
Yes.
but they take the damage regardless.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, since he's not going to be concentrating on anything, maybe that could be something. How long does it last?
Up to a minute.
That should be something we do right off the bat. This is now Silva's saying you guys should do that right off the bat, along with the reverse gravity and force cage.
Yeah, so it's a creature holding or wearing the object takes damage from it. The creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the item if it can. If it doesn't drop, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start next turn.
So if it doesn't drop the item, it has disadvantage. It's not just if they... Yeah. That's good. The question is, who do you want him to hold the heat metal on for the entire fight?
I mean, with me casting heat metal, that's 2 of them.
Ooh, let's
We can always aim for the 2 that aren't in the force gauge, but
Well, your reverse or your force gauge is a concentration, isn't it?
No.
It's not?
it is not. It lasts for an hour.
Oh. Okay.
But I think a good target for that heat metal for Rylar would be Foley, their ranger.
The one with the wounding sword.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything, probably least likely to be able to dispel it himself. To dispel the effect would have to pull somebody else. Most likely the priest and the paladin will nullify it on their own, but the likelihood that the ranger could.
Yeah, that just means we cast it again on him and make them waste another dispel magic.
Even still. But
So then okay, we're gonna reverse gravity and throw 1 or 2 of them, probably 2 of them, hold them in the air, and then the other 2 we're gonna pelt with range spells until they come down, and when they come down, and then which one of the 2, like, we know you're gonna try and get the cleric and the paladin in the force cage if possible, but but the cleric for, I don't know, I'm talking as Rylar. So we'll go back to, no, Rylar wants to get this straight so he knows. So it is Rylar. So you're gonna for sure get the cleric and whoever else you can get with him. So then the question is, who do we want to, I think we should all all 4 of us just pound on one all at once.
Be the ranger, the one with the wounding weapon.
Well, but if you're gonna make him, if you want me to nullify him, he's gonna be at disadvantage anyway and taking constant damage. So then we should pound on somebody else, right?
True.
that would then be the leader.
But
we're not
we're
supposed to
not
take out
supposed
the
to
leader.
take the leader out first. Maybe we should take out the. Well, okay, I see your point though. Like, if you can get both the spellcasters with your force cage, then we're gonna have to either take out the ranger or the leader.
I think the ranger takes priority. If we were able to split them in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, I would like to see the ranger and the priest separated in the cage. That wounding sword can be devastating.
Mr. Druckle says, "Don't underestimate the sunblade."
I absolutely not. But
I mean, the sword of
Trying to-
wounding, he has to activate it, and you have a chance of resisting it. But the sunblade is just, and the frostbrand. Well, luckily you're gonna neuter the cleric in the air, hopefully.
But you have cold resistance, don't you, Lorkris?
Fulcrum says, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if my team were to take on these guys, then we definitely should have not focused on the leader, because it will rally them into a berserker frenzy. But maybe that's exactly what you all need to do. You bringers of chaos, right? That seems to work for you in battle. You discombobulate the enemy. If they can't,
I totally think that we should totally go for him.
maybe
the leader.
maybe
I
you're
agree.
right. Maybe you neuter the effects of the spellcasters, and then you try and neuter the ranger being able to hit you at all, and then you just focus fire on Daxon, and once he's down, then move to the ranger. Oh, you know.
It's
And
true. If we can take out the
improvise.
leader, he won't be able to do his maneuvers.
Knowing that they don't have.
The other people on Fulcrum's team are agreeing with him. Yeah, I think, you know, our strategy against him is different than you guys' strategy against him. It has to be. Because
Yeah.
you guys are a different team.
I think splitting that group up, isolating them up in the air, at least one of them, that'll be just uncomfortable to deal with, even for a single round. If that's all it lasts, that is still uncomfortable. And then they have to come back down.
Rylar asks, how long does the heat metal spell last? Does that concentrate on?
It's up to a minute, I
A
believe.
minute. That's like forever in battle.
Mm.
It's 10 rounds.
I like it.
Yeah, and it's 2d8 fire damage. Until the spell ends, you can use your bonus action on each of your subsequent turns to cause this damage again.
What's the range?
60 feet.
Is there any way for you to dispel your force cage once you're done? Once we're like in the middle of the battle and stuff? Or are they stuck up there for like a whole entire hour?
I mean, we can eventually dispel it. Why?
For if we like actually make it past like dropping 2 of their people.
It doesn't specifically say there's any way
To drop the spell.
I would argue, though, that just in general, a spellcaster doesn't create a spell effect that they can't then just turn off if they choose to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, there might, you know, the rolls of 5e might prove me wrong. There might, like, for example, if I look up a wall of fire, let's take a look at wall of fire and see if it. I mean, I don't remember if it's a concentration spell or not. That's the thing about Force Cage, it's not a concentration. So, Wall of Fire doesn't look like it's a concentration spell. It lasts 1 minute. I mean, it doesn't say that you did anything about it. So, yeah, I think pretty much any spell effect that somebody has created themselves, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to just stop it.
Okay.
Well, she's thanking you for lurking in the streams too.
Lucy. Yeah, I always love to lurk in everybody's streams whenever I catch them.
She's the master lurker.
The Master Lurker.
Yes.
So, well, I don't know. We do need to start wrapping up. I don't feel like we can actually do the climactic thing because we still have
It's fine.
stuff to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you got the tactics workout. You just, I mean, I guess actually I'm wrong. I guess technically speaking, I just would describe that you got the news on Sunday. It's got you bummed out, but not so bummed out that it's going to affect, your performance. You're excited about this. The Monday night before, or excuse me, the Tuesday night before, you're going to be doing the Heroes Feast. Monday.
Items.
The items, yeah. So Mr. Jocko comes to see you guys Monday, and he's super excited because he was able to.
What was he able to secure?
He was definitely able to secure the things that you were asking for, which was really awesome. Like first of all, he shares with you guys that the MGA is pleased with how well you guys are really getting people excited and fired up about the guilds again, and just there's something infectious about the Fern and Miss Ray's combination, like her what's the word I'm looking for? Where she's trying to constantly build her fame, and then you just
her hype man.
Yeah, she's like there's something about that infectious mixture that's the MGA has taken notice. Of course, they've taken notice of your performance as well in the field, because you guys have done amazing things, right? And your performance on the arena, they did not expect you to beat Loam Riders. And so because of that, they want to invest extra in you guys. And so start naming off the items.
Cloak of Protection +2.
You got 2 of those.
Oh. Well. Ring of Shielding.
Yes.
Potion of Invulnerability.
You got 2 of those.
4 Potions of Heroism.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
And the Citrine Ring.
Yes. You're forgetting something. You must not have written it down.
What did I forget?
The leather headband of wisdom.
And
was there another one? Or is that the entirety of your list?
What's the entirety of my list?
Yeah, there was one other
What did I miss?
item.
Oh, did he get the headband?
Yeah, he got the headband. Yes. He got the headband. But there's one other item that he was able to procure for you guys.
Just going to say right now, I think Lorkris and Ray should get the potions of invulnerability. That's my vote.
Why me?
Because they're gonna try to go after you.
And Silva says, yeah, and you can actually do your thing where you give yourself temporary hit points, which is kind of similar in a way. So I agree with what you're saying.
A lot. Or twice. But Miss Ray, you know I'm right. They're gonna try to go for you.
They're gonna try and go for all of us, Fern, but I appreciate it.
They were able to procure a new shield for Rylar, a +2 magic shield.
Ooh,
So once you guys pass on the +1 cloak of protection to him,
Well, he's got 2 + 2 cloaks of protection.
you can't wear 2.
No, but I mean,
My point is that he's going to get one of them, right? So there are 2 cloaks of protection +2.
yes.
Right.
Fern's getting 1.
Uh-huh.
Who's going to get the other one?
You, right?
Me.
Aren't you wearing a cloak of protection?
I'm wearing a cloak of protection +1.
Right. Both of them females. Mr. Jacob got these 2 cloaks of protection +2 for you two.
Oh.
Females. That sounds like an old 50s fart. The 2 ladies. The 2 so you guys, you guys get the cloak of protection +2. And are you wearing a cloak of protection or a ring of protection? Are you wearing? You are?
+1.
+1,
Yeah.
right. So, like, Rylar will be up, if you give him a cloak of protection +1, one of the he'll be up to an AC 22 without the, like, you can get up to AC 22 by casting Shield of Faith on yourself, right? And, did you write down the Ring of Resistance? Yeah, obviously he's going to get the Citrine Ring of Resistance, of electrical resistance. So it means you're going to take half damage from any electrical type attack. And you're already taking half damage from any cold attack.
Which we've never encountered.
Not, except one of these guys has a...
Well, no, yeah. We've never encountered anyone doing really cold damage to...
Did I tell you the other thing?
Okay, I just want to double check when it comes to the headband. It is still gonna bring up my wisdom to 22.
It adds
It's
2 to
+2.
whatever your current wisdom is. It's going to make your save DC better, your spell attack better, and your wisdom save better.
Yep. So it should give you base +6.
He says, now keep in mind that I did have to dip into guild funds to supplement the pay for some of these. But the MGA is investing 50%. So don't worry about it. You take these, you use them, you keep them, they're yours. You deserve it. And I know that it'll protect you out in the field as well as in the field of the arena. So let me see. Everybody get something?
Yes.
Yeah. So...
But really, Lorkris only got one thing that isn't that spectacular, am I right? Everybody else got something really cool.
Lorkris got
and the potion of
ring
invulnerability.
and the potion.
Huh?
I got the potion and the lightning resistance.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not talking about like I don't count the potions because they're a one-use kind of thing. You know what I mean? I mean, it's pretty cool, but he has another surprise. I just haven't decided what the extra surprise would be.
Fair enough.
Who got the ring of shielding?
So I just want to make sure. So Fern.
Ray,
Yes,
right?
she got a ring of shielding. Yeah. So now you'll have an AC of 20, right? Because the cloak of protection went up by 1.
What?
And then with the ring of shielding on, you'll both
So
have a
your
20, right? No, she'll have a
19.
Because I just
19.
had a +1
19.
addition.
right.
Because you already had 1 cloak of protection and you just
A
added.
+1. I just added an extra.
Right,
Cool,
right,
yeah,
right.
So she's at 19.
Yes.
She's 19, 20, 20, or
20.
22. 22.
Yeah.
What is the ring of shielding supposed to do?
So it's
It
not
gives
in
you
5th
+2.
ed. Doesn't
Oh,
exist in
okay.
5th Ed. You won't find it. It's a 3.5 item.
Oh.
It's a ring that creates a force shield that's like a shield spell that's on you. It just gives you, except it doesn't protect you against magic missiles like a shield spell. It just gives you like a magical shield that floats in front of you and works as if you're using a shield without actually having to use a shield.
So it's a ring of force shield.
Right, the 3.5, yeah, right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Mars. This is what he got for you. Let me double check. That might be going a bit too far.
Yeah, careful now. I mean, you're already a little broken at like a plus 14 to hit with the glaive at 10 feet.
Oh yeah,
It's
this
so
won't
nuts,
affect
man.
that.
It is so nuts. You know what's funny is I had realized the other day, thinking about it, because Fate had this random thought like, ooh, you know, what would they do if he just randomly switched over and picked up those pauldrons that had the 20-foot reach whip? And then I thought to myself, well, they wouldn't have the polearm feet. And
Yep.
I'm like, nope, I'm gonna keep my glaive.
Yep.
I'd rather have that with the polearm, even though it doesn't work that way. Would be just absolutely gross. 20 feet, come near me? No thanks.
Yeah.
You could be Scorpion. Get over here.
Get over here.
So,
Get over here and then uppercut.
Get over here, now try to run away. No. Scratchy, 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 scratchy. Thumbnail.
are you wearing what? Are you wearing? Is your character wearing boots?
With the fur.
Nothing special.
No magical
regular.
boots.
No magical boots. No.
There are boots with the fur. They're called the boots of the Winterland.
I know what you're doing.
Apple bottom jeans and the boots with the fur.
With the fur. With the whole tavern looking at her.
She hit that bow. Next thing you know.
Oh, am I gonna have to parody this song now?
Yes. I mean,
Should have got low.
you could do gravity got reversed first. This thing. And then they'll drop lower to the ground. I did it again. I broke it. I broke it. Well done.
Touch.
Appreciate your patience. I maybe I'll just have to. I think.
I mean, we can deal with it next episode. It's
Yeah,
not-
that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Give you plenty of time to figure out what it is that you want it.
If
to
I
be.
wanted to give you another surprise or not, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be a last minute. If it ends up being last minute, Jock will be like, "Hey, so
Yeah.
I was able to come up with this. Now put them on before you go out there. Hurry up."
All right. So you up to your AC now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you too over there, Fern? All right. So.
So Hero's Feast. What do we get to add to our hit points there, Fern, with the 2d10?
Roll it.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 2d10. Okay, you guys.
Let me see this bill.
Is it only you rolling 2d10?
I roll it 2d10 and everybody gets. Oh, before Fulcrum and all of his team leaves, because I can have up to 12 people, I'm gonna invite them over for the Heroes Feast to partake just for fun before we have to go fight them.
So you're gonna have you guys, that's 4, the team 2, which is 4, that's 8, Jocko, Grenada, and Silvus, that's a 9, 10, 11.
Oh, never mind then. But they can come hang out.
No.
Never mind. I'm kidding.
I like where you're going.
You get 12. And that is technically added to your HP maximum. So if I were to heal you,
You can heal up to that number, right? Yeah.
you would heal up to
Just
that.
make sure you keep that as a second number, because after the 24 hours, you're going to have to erase it and go back to the original.
Yeah.
All right, 12 extra hit points. The potions of heroism stack on top of that.
They do?
Yeah.
I thought they did.
For you
No, I
guys.
explained that they did.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
So, let's see, that's going to be 1. What's everybody's hit points with the new max?
131.
Hang on.
Rylar's 143.
Oh no. Hang on.
126 for me. And before we step out onto the field, I'm gonna do my Halo of Spores, and that's gonna give me 52.
Wow.
52 temporary HP. So I have almost 200 hit points.
Jeez.
Hang on, I'm gotta fix something.
Did you mess up?
Kind of. Not really. Just applying that.
Yeah, that's
But
correct.
I think that's all the prepping, right?
No, because it's this right here that got screwy. There it is.
Well,
And
people
then
know the
that's what we do.
cliffhanger is that you're getting ready to fight next time.
Okay.
You're getting
And then
ready
what
to
was
go
the other
out
thing
on the
that we
field.
did?
So the heroes.
The potion. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing to adjust my max HP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's fixed.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
What was the
I was
potion?
curious what your max hit point is now.
148.
Mm.
Not bad. Not bad.
Alrighty. Well, guys, I guess, yeah. I mean, if you guys want, we'll wrap up tonight by describing exactly what happens. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all knocking people over.
Okay. What about that potion of heroism? What does that do?
You get the bonuses like as if it's Bane, and you get like 10 temporary hit points.
Yeah, you get 10
right?
temporary hit points, which do stack with the Hero's Feast, because the Hero's Feast is not temporary hit points.
Yeah.
And then you get all of you get bless, basically, which gives you an
So
extra
basically
D4
have bless.
on your attacks, and you don't have to concentrate on this bless. That's the best part about it.
Okay.
It's a hit and saving throws?
What's funny is that I have that.
Yes, hit and saving throws, attacks and saving throws. Whoops. Sir Angelo keeps coming apart on me.
Oh no.
He's just so intimidated by you guys.
So intimidated by it.
He's coming apart at the seams. So you need to tell me what formation you're in. I'll tell you that, I'll show you their formation. You guys tell me what formation you want to be in.
Are we
here.
starting on a different side of the map this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're over here.
You're starting here. They're coming out here.
I mean, keep the same MO, I guess.
So right now it's Fern, Lorkris, Rylar, and then Ray.
Yeah.
Good, or would you rather be like Rylar on the outside? Yeah.
I think it's fine.
So it means we got to roll really good initiative, guys.
Yep.
I will tell you one thing: the shocking cliffhanger that will put a smile on Lorkris's face is they come out, and you definitely detect a couple of them have glowing buffs on them. So they definitely are not underestimating you guys.
Mm. Do we want to go over what buffs we're gonna do for ourselves next episode?
Yes.
So
yes.
that's all fresh.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
That will be what we start off with, all the buffs, and then we will immediately jump to roll for initiative after we have listed out the buffs.
Actually, it wasn't too bad. Just for giggles. It was fun.
Wasted it.
What do you kid? Yeah, wasted for this session, not for next session.
I like your logic.
Yeah, I mean,
What did you roll in that 20 for initiative?
No, it was a 19.
No,
but still,
okay.
that's pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
So plus 2 would be 21.
Mm-hmm.
But I just rolled for funsies.
Mm-hmm.
Come next week, I'll be like, 5.
Say that.
It's not next week, it's this week. Getting the bag rolls out.
You're tempting the dice gods.
Yeah, but I'm getting the shit rolls out now.
But it doesn't affect next week because that's next week.
Ta-da! So it won't matter.
You guys are hilarious. You take that show on the road. Or right here on the YouTubes and the Twitches. So
Twitch tube.
it's gonna be a
Twitch tube.
it's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a
Wait, was that a foreshadowing? Get it? Because it was good.
I'm looking forward to seeing how you guys pull this off. I think Darky over here is starting to feel a little more confident too. I can see it in her eyes. All right, guys.
I'm just hiding it really well.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly
we're
think we're
gonna-
gonna have. Go ahead.
It's gonna be so good, whether or not we lose. I just hope we walk away with some new friends.
Mm.
Because Fern just basically wants to be able to walk in there whenever she wants and just like, hello, come here to check out your garden to make sure everything's okay.
Hello, friends. I'm just here to annoy you.
Well, guys,
Badger.
Mushroom.
I think this has been a phenomenal role-playing session. Good planning. It was mostly all just tactics and planning, but you got some good new gear, which you earned because you've done a lot without getting any real gear, right? So, I mean, you got a lot of money, but in a way, this money's now been spent. But not your money, so.
No.
Right? How much do you guys have amongst yourselves together? Like, what's the party fund sitting at?
Party fund is a little different.
I, Fern, personally have 8,899 gold.
Wow. How about you?
9,130.
I have 9,363.
And you're keeping Rylar's money for him? Because I haven't been writing down his money. I didn't.
Rylar would
was that party
probably
fund
be
or
the
is that?
same.
What?
No, that's an individual fund.
Yeah, it's individual. So,
Yeah. The party fund is 9511.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Not
so-
necessarily including the 15,000 gold from the winnings of the guild lock games thus far. And then
Write that
we
down.
the 25,000 in gems for the first win from Jocko's bets has more so been reinvested.
Right.
So that one doesn't really count.
yeah, so if I'd have to guess, Rylar's personal fund would be about the same as the party fund. So, unless he
Yeah, 'cause
had
Rylar
extra
doesn't
gold
spend any money.
from before.
The party fund.
Yeah.
9511.
Because we split everything 5
Oh,
ways.
9,511.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you said. I thought you
9,511.
meant 95,000. I'm like, I've given them that much gold.
No. I mean, collectively, pretty close.
Yeah, maybe. That's
Yeah.
true.
But yeah,
I mean, we
anytime
made the guild well more than that.
Yeah.
anytime we got paid, we always split it 5 ways. The 5th one being the party fund.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That way, everybody has their individual gold. If they want to go spend it however they want, then we can dip into the party fund. And somebody's like, "Hey, I don't have enough for this." Pull it out of the party
That
fund.
happens a lot for Lorkris.
Mm.
Lorkris, yeah, I'm the one that's the party fund's been dipped into the most for.
And for good reason.
Yeah.
That is why we have the party fund.
Sure.
Yeah.
Party fund is
But
also
yes.
emergency savings.
Right.
Just in case. You never know when you're going to need it.
Yeah, you guys. We've all had to dip into our own personal funds for a
Stuff,
couple of you guys
yeah.
a few times. So you guys have bought stuff for Lorkris, bought stuff for Rylar, I think.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I take care of my team. If I have to dip into my personal funds to get you guys stuff, I will do it.
Same.
Because I can always go out and perform and make more money.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll just stand there and look at them menacingly.
Yeah, you can be the bodyguard at security on stage, going, "Don't get too close."
Yeah, eyes are just like the highway beacons, just this way.
Well,
Yep.
Anyway,
it's
Bye.
going to be an exciting fight. So you guys check us out next week for the action. I appreciate you all sticking around for the show.
Chat, how long do you think we're gonna last?
Yeah.
I know, it's gonna be how many rounds?
Yes, be specific. How many rounds do you think we're gonna last? I'll
Ooh, we
ask
could set
again
up a
next
poll.
week.
We can set up a poll at the beginning next week.
That's a great
we can
idea.
do it in chat. We can do it in Twitch chat.
mm-hmm.
Do you know how to set up polls, Starkitty?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Nice.
we'll do it.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I can
All
set
right.
up a poll too.
Yeah. Although I have to check in my mod view because last time I tried to set up a poll, it didn't give me the little pop out to set up the poll.
I'll just do it then.
It's really
Oh.
strange.
That's okay.
Because I was
Really
like,
make it
slash
happen.
poll, and normally a little pop up pops up, but I never got it. And I was like, my pop up blocker's not on. What the heck is going on? Really weird.
Interesting. Weird. I love mod view.
Anyway,
Anyway.
All right, guys. Thank you all so much for the wonderful evening. And
Let's see if the dice gods love us next week.
that's right. Love you guys. We'll see y'all. Have a great one.
Bye.
You guys are pretty cool and stuff.
Yes, you are.
You are loved, chat.